I call this meeting to order at 7:30 p.m. We will now move into Section 2, swearing in. There is none. We will now move into Section 3, opening roll call.
Attendance is now open. I have 27 senators present. The simple majority is 14 and two-thirds majority is 18.
Thank you. Before we move into Section 4, messages from the student body president, I move to extend the Senate time to adjourn to 11 o'clock p.m. Do I have a second? Seeing a second from Senator Haynes, I'll move to approve this by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing none, is adopted as such. We will now move into Section 4, messages from the student body president. There is none. We will now move to Section 5, messages from the Finance Commission. There is none. We will now move to Section 6, messages from the agencies. There are none. We will now move to Section 7, 3-minute floor speeches. In lieu of senators using public forum as a mechanism to address the Senate, any senator may seek recognition to give a speech on a subject of their choice, not exceeding 3 minutes in duration. 3-minute speeches are focused on specific topics. Senators may only hold the floor once during this period. Are there any senators that wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into Section 8, general topic, public forum. Public forum provides a chance for individuals to have the privilege of speaking before the Senate, limited to 3 minutes only. This is the time for the Senate to listen to what the community has to say, and to that we offer our undivided respect and attention. I would like to remind everyone that, although we allow the speakers the privilege to use this platform, the opinions of the speakers do not reflect the opinions of the association. Before I call on anyone to speak during public forum, I would like to clarify that for this public forum, it is for individuals who do not wish to speak on the student fees process. So if you are speaking on student fees, we will have a separate public forum for that. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in the general topic public forum at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move into Section 9, introductions and reports. For 9.1, report from the executive branch, it is in the Teams for your reference, so we won't be reading that. We'll now move into 9.2, report from the Speaker of the Senate. So good evening, everyone. I hope your day is going well. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for being so patient with our agendas as we've been sending them out, in addition to our legislation as well. I would also like to welcome all those that are in our gallery for the Student Fee Public Forum as well, in addition to anyone that is interested in our Senate processes. For today, I have a few updates for you all. For legislation, we have quite a heavy load tonight. So we have several items for pending business, with an act to amend the Child Development Center Advisory Board bylaws, an act to amend the SGA Sigma Lambda Beta Dreamer Scholarship bylaws. In addition to that, we will also be having the second read for an act to consider the adoption of the A+ grade designation at Wichita State University, and those three are for our second reads. For our new business activities, we will have an act to amend the association agencies for its first read, an act to amend the underserved senator seats, in addition to approving the fiscal year 27 student fee allocations and policy writers. After that, we will have an act to amend the Student Bill of Rights, an act to prioritize the coordination of WCU and USD 259's inclement weather policies, and then finally an act to approve the Freshman Leadership Council section to update the freshman definition and clarify freshman senator participation as well. As we go through these items, I am willing to take recesses as needed. So if you have anything that comes up or you think there's something I should be aware of, please message me over Teams and I'll be monitoring that as we go along as well. For this week, after today, I will be sending out calendar invites for the remainder of 101s for March and April as well. For those that haven't gotten back to me or haven't heard from me, you will also hear from me within a day or so, scheduling 101s as well. On Friday, SJ leadership will be going on a tour at Shocker Studios of the facilities. In addition, I will be meeting with K-State's SGA speaker as well at 10 o'clock also. Additionally, for the consent agenda, as I mentioned in committee of the whole, the meeting minutes for the February 18th and March 4th meeting minutes have been uploaded. When we get to the consent agenda, I will pull the February 25th minutes from consideration. In addition, as I mentioned in the email communication that I sent out, before we move into Section 13 new business, we will go into executive session as well after I make that motion. Finally, if you have any legislation, as a friendly reminder, the deadline to submit legislation for the March 25th meeting is due this Friday at 5:00 p.m. Senate leadership will not, in addition to the rest of SGA leadership, will not be working over the spring break. So if you have any emails or legislation that you would like to submit, please send it in by that deadline. Additionally, for legislation to go through its first, second, and committee read, it has to be submitted by March 27th. So to clarify, that doesn't include any delays that we might see. So for example, for committees, if it stayed an extra 2 weeks instead of 1 week, it will require the Senate to pull it out of committee with a motion or to suspend the rules for that legislation. And that also doesn't apply for funding bills either. Additionally, within a day or so, you'll also see a template for me on how to write emeritus status legislation. So I made a template for that. So you'll be seeing that from me as well. On the calendar invite that I sent out for legislation deadlines, all the things that I mentioned in the committee report and this report are included in the deadlines as well. But as always, if you want to send me legislation for me to review, you're more than welcome to email it to me, and I'll send you a document back with comments as well. Well, that concludes the report that I had for you all today. Are there any questions for me? Seeing no questions, we will now move into 9.3, report from the Senate chairpersons. For these reports, we will also be submitting these electronically for the sake of time. And with that, we will now move into 9.4, report from the central office.
Good evening, Senators. Good evening, Senators. Okay, there we go. So we're here. Just a couple things as a reminder as we go to spring break next week. On Friday, the Student Government's Office will close. Leadership will not be working, so if there are things that you need, please send those to me. I'll be here. Matthew will be at a beach, so he's not working, so let him be at a beach, which is a good thing that we need him to do. So keep that in mind. The locker will be closed, and the locker will be closed over spring break as well, so just an FYI on that. There are no new student organizations to report on, and then we do have a change in membership. As a reminder, the central office is required to notify the Senate of any change in membership. This week, Senator Namo, graduate senator, submitted his resignation and Speaker Fon accepted it. The Senate has 51 seats. With this resignation brings our seats down to 31. And that is the end of my report, unless there are any questions.
Are there any questions for the central office? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move into section 10, the consent agenda. I'm pulling the February 25th, 2026 Senate meeting minutes from consideration. So up for approval is the February 18th, 2026 Senate meeting minutes and the March 4th, 2026 Senate meeting minutes. Are there any objections to the consent agenda? Seeing none, they are adopted as such. We will now move into section 11, pending business, and we will move to 11.1, an act to request. I'll hand it off to the clerk to read the title for that one.
Act on request to approve SB-68-149, an act to amend the Child Development Center Advisory Board bylaws.
Is the author here ready to speak? You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Whenever it was sent to committee, there were some amendments that were made to the bill. I have reviewed those amendments, and I am in full support of this bill. That's all.
Are there any questions for the author? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move into the debate period for this item. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? I'm going to move to approve this legislation by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing none, is adopted as such. We will now move into 11.2. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-152, An act to amend the SGA and Sigma Lambda Beta Dreamer scholarship bylaws.
Is the author here ready to speak? You have the floor.
There were no changes to the bill, no amendments made in Government Oversight Committee, and it was passed with unanimous consent.
Are there any questions for the author? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move into the debate period for this item. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? We'll go to Senator Beam.
Motion to approve by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing an objection from Senator Winslow, we'll go back into the debate period on this item. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? Seeing no individuals who wish to speak in debate, we will now move into the voting period for this item.
Voting is now open. With 24 yes, 3 abstains, this bill passes.
We will now move into 11.3. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve AR-68-014, an act to consider the adoption of an A+ grading designation at Wichita State University.
Is the author or authors here ready to speak? You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. As we mentioned last week, so the A+ is going to be mainly an honorary system. It will not change any grades. It will not lower any grades. The GPA won't be changed, and it will only show exceptional academic performance. Me and Senator Mallard are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the authors? Seeing no questions, thank you. We will now move into the debate period for this item. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? Senator Otten?
I'm going to be speaking in negation of this bill only because I do worry about the demographic that was taken. Last week it was mentioned that only 309 students filled out the form that was sent out, and with approximately 200 of them being while they were in-person tabling. And to me, that makes it seem like it was only then the demographic of on-campus students, where we still have a large population of online students or students that aren't typically on campus at the regular, tabling popular time.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in this time? Senator Mallard.
Obviously, I'll be speaking in affirmation. This is the first time that the A+ suggestion has ever had a survey, and also this survey was presented through Shocker Blast through the SGA Instagram in person on TVs. It was posted pretty much everywhere that the university has the ability to post anything, and because of that we reached a lot of students, and yeah, I'll be speaking in affirmation.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? Senator Winslow.
I'm also going to be speaking in negation of this bill. Based off the previous points, I just see stating 2/3 of these votes are coming from in-person, while yes, it was posted in other places. 2/3 of these votes coming from in-person, again, emphasizing the only on-campus population, just doesn't sit right with me. And also, the way the bill was presented, it was presented as a survey was the biggest portion of why we should do this. And the survey only including about 300 students compared to the 18,000 students that go here just doesn't convey what the actual student population might want, and it could vary vastly from what the survey says.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in debate? We'll go to Senator Thibodeau.
I will also be speaking in negation of this bill. I don't really see the point behind it other than creating more work for the registrar's office.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in debate? We'll go to Senator Fouquet.
Yeah, I want to speak in affirmation of this bill, primarily because, regarding the previous sentiments that were made, I think some of you guys may be getting hung up on the fact that it was a lot of in-person, but I guess think about it this way, is wouldn't those who are attending school online want to be rewarded to the fullest extent for their work? So I just think it's a good bill and we should affirm it.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in debate? Sarah Sahin.
I would like to speak in affirmation of this bill, particularly through the perspective of a law school applicant. This bill, of course, doesn't change the GPA scale that our school works on, but it establishes the framework for the possibility of introducing a 4.33. And when you apply to law school, your LSAC takes into account that 4.33 scales at school it's applicable to, but Wichita State is not one of them, which puts us at a disadvantage. I think we should be conscious of the fact that we're in a competitive global educational space and academic space, and that if we should take into account the advantages we're able to give our students. So that's why I'm speaking in affirmation.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? Senator Bean.
I'm going to be speaking in affirmation. I think it's very hard to ignore that 80+% of the in-person survey results that we got were in favor of this. So I think we shouldn't be caught up on, we didn't have a whole lot of online outreach. We should take into account the very positive in-person outreach.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? We'll go to Chairperson Hanson.
Hi, I will also be speaking in affirmation for this bill, and I would also just like to bring attention to the fact that the survey is meant to support the legislation. It does not it is not the legislation in of itself, and 300 participants, over 300 participants is amazing in any capacity for a survey, let alone a non-research survey that is only encompassing 18,000 students. Additionally, due to the fact that every student was sent it via shocker blast, every student had the same opportunity to take the survey. So, thank you.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? We'll go to Senator Timms.
Yeah, I had a point of information, actually. If we wanted to table this, since we're going to go straight to the voting period next, how would we move to table it?
Advisor Fonseca, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, at any time during debate process, you're able to move to table. Specifically, unlike last week where the table indefinitely doesn't require you to bring it back up, a motion to table requires you to set a date in which you want this bill to come up. So you'll just have to say one of the next Senate meeting dates, and the motion would be you'd move to table until, let's say, March 25th, and then it'll need a second, you'll debate that, and then that will need a vote, and once that's voted, then we'll move on. And then if it passes, then it will be tabled, and we'll move on to the next item. If it fails, then we'll return back to debate on this bill. Does that answer your question?
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? I will also be speaking in affirmation of this legislation. For me, I think this is one of the most comprehensive A+ resolutions, in addition to the most research that's been done for a resolution of this sort. Additionally, for the past few sessions, I think we've seen similar-ish pieces of legislation that addresses the plus or minus grade scale, adding an A+, making it honorary, making it count as well. I feel the most confident of this legislation out of any other ones that we've seen before. Additionally, for me, as some of the sentiments that were brought up as well, I think, yes, while the demographics weren't comprehensive in collecting who filled out the survey, I'm confident in the legislation that doesn't persuade me to vote or speak in negation. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that. Are there any additional individuals who wish to speak at this time? Senator Miller.
I'd just like to echo the sentiment that the bill itself cannot be judged based solely on the merit of the data collected. You can vote in whichever direction you'd like, but this bill is more than just the data that was collected. So I think that you should consider all things when taking into account which way to vote on this bill.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? Senator Otten.
I also want to re-bring up the point that we have other honorary titles for good grades and high GPA. So if the GPA is, a problem, but an A is already a 4.0, and so you can graduate with honors and also be a part of the dean's list, which I feel that those are very adequate opportunities for law school applications, or just to make yourself a little different for those application processes as well.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? Senator Phillips.
I stand in support of this just because we are not an institution that has a 4.33 grading scale. And because of that, we may, I don't want to say fall behind, but I think we should use every tool at our disposal to ensure that, for example, law students have the ability to get in and can compete on the same level as other institutions that have a 4.33.
Are there any additional individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? Senator Miller.
Point of information, and tell me if this is an appropriate point of information or not, but do we actually know whether or not LSAC admissions would take into account the honorary A+ into their GPA calculation?
I don't know the answer for that, but advisor, if the central office has clarification on that.
I'm not aware either, but we can get you that information if you would like.
Are there any additional individuals who wish to speak at this time? Mr. Zahid?
Kind of in regards to a previous question that was asked by Senator Miller, to my personal understanding, it would not impact LSAC GPA at the current moment of this legislation, simply for the fact that it doesn't change the GPA range. But the purpose of this bill is to lay the framework for our GPA scale to change eventually in future sessions. And so when it does change the scale, the GPA scale eventually, then it will impact LSAC. So thank you.
Are there any additional individuals who wish to speak at this time? Senator Winslow.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the point that was made previously of stating that getting caught up on the survey is not a reason in negation. I feel like it very much is, in the fact that the survey is what is supporting this bill. The bill is presented in the fact that the survey is why we are doing this, is why should vote in affirmation of it, obviously. But when you look at the survey, I just find there to be too many laps or too many holes to say that I can fully support this, and account that I can't say that the university fully supports this. Yes, while 300 is a large number for a survey, you just have to compare it against the entire population. Just because it's high for a survey doesn't mean it's comparative to the entire population of the university.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Boyd.
So if the entire school has a chance to fill out the survey and 300 people take the time out their day to fill out the survey, doesn't that mean that just because other people didn't fill it out, we should go off of what people didn't do, or we should go off of what people did do?
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in debate? We'll go to Senator Phillips.
I would just like to echo similar sentiment. Excuse me. We've heard about the different means this survey was conducted. I think it's clear to me that this survey was done and has 300 people, which one could argue is insufficient, but it wasn't done because of negligence. There wasn't a low number because of negligence. It was low because of a lack of involvement, and I don't necessarily believe that's the fault of the people who created the survey.
Are there additional individuals who wish to speak at this time? We'll go to Senator Otten.
I move to table this legislation until March 25th.
Is there a second for this legislation? Seeing a second from Senator Winslow, we will now move into the debate for this item. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Beam. I called on Senator Beam.
I am against tabling because we as the Academic Affairs Committee need to present this to Faculty Senate, and the sooner we present to Faculty Senate, the better. So I think it is in our best interest to either pass this or not pass this tonight.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? Senator Dunn.
Speaking in negation of this motion, I think it's very important at the moment we vote on this and decide whether or not we want to advance it forward rather than returning it to committee or tabling it.
I will also be speaking in negation of this motion. I think most senators feel pretty clear on where they stand for this legislation, so I would rather us vote yes or no on the overall legislation, so I'll be speaking in negation of this as well. Are there any additional senators that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Mallard.
Obviously, I'll be speaking in negation. As was stated, we in Academic Affairs want to present this to Faculty Senate as soon as possible, so we have enough time. Also, there have been no amendments that have been presented to this piece of legislation. There were also no questions that were asked during the second read, so there essentially, as it is presented right now, is no reason to table and as was mentioned by Speaker Fawn, a lot of individuals already have an idea of what they want to do. So with this, I believe that we should vote on it today because postponing it is not going to benefit us at all.
Are there any individuals that wish to speak in affirmation? Senator Winslow?
Yeah, I would like to speak in affirmation, obviously, of this motion. As we can see, there's still a lot to debate, and I feel like moving this to another day, we could come up with more time to debate, as we have a lot of legislation to review tonight, so moving it, I think, is just the best reason at this time.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in affirmation? I'll go to Senator Lee.
If we table this bill, we can extend the survey and get more results from the people who will actually have time to go fill out the survey.
I will.
If we don't elect to just basically table it, then we can just vote on it immediately, maybe get it passed, and then we can have the A+ from there.
I will say that if we do table it with the assumption that the committee continues to survey, that is making an assumption that the committee will, so there's no guarantee that they will. But with that, I'm going to close debate and we'll move into the voting period for this motion to table this legislation. Okay, with 5 yes, 20 no, and 2 abstention, this motion fails. We will now move back into the debate period for this legislation as a whole. Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? We'll go to Senator Mallard.
I move to previous question.
We are already in.
Would that move us to voting?
Advisor Fonseca.
A move to previous question means you're ending debate. That immediately goes to a vote requiring 2/3 to pass that. If it passes, then you have to take the vote on the actual bill itself. If it fails, then you go back to debate. So a call to previous question is an attempt to end debate on the conversation.
Right now, I'm not accepting that motion because I'm going to end debate right now. I'm going to end debate. We will now just go into the voting period on the legislation as a whole. Give us 1 moment.
As a reminder, before we begin voting, the simple majority is 14 and 2/3 majority is 18 for tonight.
Voting period is now open. With 16 yes, 7 no, and 4 abstention, the motion passes. We will now move into section 13, new business. Before we move into 13.1, I move we recess into executive session and RSC 262 to discuss potential legal matters for consultation with an attorney for the SGA, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship exception in COMA, and we invite the following individuals who may aid in this discussion to join us in executive session. Gabriel Fonseca, Executive Director, Student Engagement and Belonging, and SGA Advisor, Joseph Dempfenwolf, Associate General Counsel, and John Wen Wong, Student Body President for the duration of the executive session. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:30 p.m. And for this threshold for moving to executive session, it is by simple majority. Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Chairperson Hanson, we will now move into the debate period for this item. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in this? We'll go straight into the voting period for this item. With 27 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention, this motion passes. All senators, in addition to the Associate General Counsel, Advisor Fonseca, and senators will go to RC 262.
So yeah, so senators, we're going to walk to 262 since it's easier for us to move. So please go ahead and head that way so we can begin this session.
I call this meeting back to order at 8:30 p.m. It is the opinion of the chair that all members are present. It's required by SJ bylaws that when a emeritus recipient is present, the Senate welcome them. Please join me in welcoming the student body president emeritus, the Honorable Kylie Howard from the 67th session. Senators, please stand and join in this round of applause. With that, before we move into 13.1, I am recessing this meeting for 15 minutes, so we will stay recessed until 8:45 p.m. I call this meeting back to order at 8:45 p.m. It is required by SJ bylaws that when an emeritus recipient is present, the Senate welcome them. Please join me in welcoming Safety and Student Services Chairperson Emeritus, the Honorable Haley Entz from the 61st session. Haley Entz, please stand, and Senators, please stand and join in a round of applause. We will now move into 13.1. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-156, an act to amend the association agencies.
Is the author here ready to speak? You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Before I go into the details of this bill, I would like to share some context just so that we can understand this bill holistically. Last year, during the spring semester, state legislature passed a budget proviso that prohibits DEI programming, training, activities, etc., etc. That went into effect July 1st. In the spring, when the new federal administration was put into office, they issued a Dear Colleague letter that essentially did the same thing, just at the federal level. This past summer, SGA went through a review process. However, at that time, the guidance was that SGA was not related to the budget proviso, as it was considered a student organization separate from the university. The university also then got clarification from the Kansas Board of Regents on how to enforce this budget proviso. Then, K-State received a complaint that pointed out their SGA directly for funding and supporting DEI-related processes. It was brought up to the state legislature, and it was sustained there. K-State's SGA had to comply because the argument is that SGAs are a part of the university as a quasi-governmental entity that makes decisions on behalf of the university. One of the items that is currently in SGA that is being interpreted as violating our state budget proviso is in regards to the agencies. In conversations with the General Counsel, we began reviewing this area to ensure that we were in compliance with the state. Since then, the Dear Colleague letter was thrown out by the court, so it can't be enforced. However, the budget proviso is still in place, and we have been advised that we have every reason to believe that this proviso will be adopted again next year, putting us in the same place. We addressed some of the language in our bylaws, but we spent the most time on the language around the agencies. Since we are considered as a quasi-governmental entity of the university and act on their behalf when we spend money through the student fees process. Therefore, we were advised to take action to be in compliance with the state law based off of the K-State complaint. This all relates back to agencies. So far, we've had meetings with the provost, the university president, and general counsel. We put together a proposal, presented it back to general counsel, and came up with this solution. We would like to share what changes this bill would enact. Agencies will reclaim their independence from student government and will be restored their status as a student organization. Student government is creating a new category for student organizations known as agencies, so it will serve as an honorary title along with RSO status. Funding guidelines will change. The funds will no longer be directly funded through SGA through the president's budget. Agencies will now all have to go through the appropriations process equal to their RSO counterparts. We created a new tier in this process that is set up for agencies only. The maximum dollar amount that can be requested will be $30,000 unless agencies request an exception made by the treasurer. The scholarship stipend that agency presidents will no longer exist, and they will no longer receive these stipends. Lastly, the agencies will no longer receive direct staff support. These staff currently support the agencies as part of their job description and responsibilities. However, that will be removed with this bill. This does not mean that their current advisors cannot remain as their advisors. Since all RSOs are required to maintain one, these advisors will be solely based on a voluntary basis. I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for the author? Senator Phillips?
In the event that an advisor for an RSO is not able to provide volunteer work, would they have to find a new advisor, or what would be the process for that?
Yes, and we are fully prepared to support them through that transition should their current advisor not want to continue with their advisor role.
Are there additional questions? Senator Miller?
Do we expect to feel the burden of supporting the agencies during the appropriations process?
As Student Government Association, we are here to support all student organizations, regardless of how much, I suppose the word was used, burden it puts on us. We should not consider them as a burden. We will continue to support them through the appropriations process.
Are there additional questions? Senator Miller?
I apologize. To clarify, my question was, do we expect funds to be allocated to the appropriations process? We saw during the most recent appropriations process when we were helping out the some of the collegiate organizations, I guess I'm asking, do we expect to see more funding for the appropriations process?
I cannot speak on to what the next session will do. The appropriations budget line is a part of the president's budget, which is then approved by the legislative body in the summer. And so that will be up to the next session to decide on what that overall total allocation will be.
Are there additional questions? Senator Timms?
Yeah, so the amendments to this legislation gives the opportunity for RSOs to petition to become agencies. So because they have an increased funding limit, do we expect to see an increased amount of agencies on campus, or do we expect it to stay the same?
Again, I can't speak on the interests of other recognized student organizations. If they're interested, they've always been able to petition. This is just formalizing that line.
Are there any additional questions from senators? Seeing no more questions, thank you. Before we move into 13.2, I will hand the chair over to Vice President Nguyen for the duration of that motion. And for 13.1, that legislation is referred to the Government Oversight Committee. I will now hand over the chair to Vice President Nguyen.
The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-158, an act to amend the underserved senator seats.
Is the author here and wish to speak? You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I hope your day is going well. For this legislation, in a similar vein that President Wong mentioned, the state legislature enacted a budget proviso prohibiting diversity, equity, inclusion programming, training activities, and related efforts, which went into effect on July 1st. In the spring following inauguration of the new federal administration, a Dear Colleague letter was issued that imposed similar restrictions on DEI-related activities at federal level. During the summer, SJ underwent a review process. At that time, indicated that SJ was not subject to the state budget proviso. It was understood to be a student organization independent from the university. The Kansas State University received a formal complaint alleging that its SJ funded and supported DEI-related activities in violation of state budget proviso, and this complaint was elevated to the state legislature and upheld, leading to the requirement that Kansas State University's SGA comply with the state's DEI restrictions. And this enforcement determination was based on the argument that SGAs function as a quasi-governmental entities acting on behalf of their respective universities, rendering them subject to state prohibitions. Our Constitution currently establishes underserved senator seats through identity-based classifications, including but not limited to race, sexual orientation, disability, and other protected identities. And maintaining these classifications may place our Student Government Association in conflict with the state budget proviso and related compliance guidance governing DEI activities. So in order to ensure compliance with state requirements while maintaining representation from the broader student body, we have made several changes to the underserved senator seat. So these changes would shift the 5 underserved senator seats to be at-large seats. So at-large seats are elected from the General Association membership, and this definition was taken from previous constitutions when we had at-large senator seats. For Acts 2 and 3, it addresses what would happen to individuals that currently hold the underserved senator, underserved commissioner seat, or individuals that declared for the underserved senator seat in the upcoming election. So Act 2 states that those that currently hold the underserved senator and underserved commissioner seats shall become at-large senators and at-large commissioners with the passage of the constitutional amendment from the suit body. Act 3 is individuals who win and accept the underserved senator seat in 69th session spring election shall become at-large senators with the passage of this constitutional amendment. This legislation was written in our Senate leadership. After our Senate leadership discussed and voted on our course of action for this legislation, the deadline for constitutional amendments to be on the ballot is March 27th. So after some discussions that Senate leadership had, we believed that it would be the best course of action to shift to at-large seats as opposed to eliminating those seats completely or reallocating them among the colleges as well. Our Senate leadership team also wrote this legislation that Monday when we found out we would have to change it by March 27th, and that's why it was also added on a little bit later to the agenda as well. You may have noticed in the legislation for referral committee, it says committee in the whole. So on the 25th meeting, I will make a motion stating that I move this legislation to committee in the whole. From there, we will discuss, make any amendments necessary, move out of committee in the whole back to Senate for its, and approve it for its second read on the 25th meeting so that we finish the legislation deadline to be on the ballot for March 27th. I will stand for questions regarding this legislation.
Are there any questions for Speaker Fawn? Okay. Seeing none, this piece of legislation has now been referred to the Committee of the Whole. And I will hand the chair back over to Speaker Fawn.
We will now move into 13.3, Suit Fee Public Forum. Suit Fee Public Forum provides a chance for individuals and suit fee entities to have the privilege of speaking before the Senate, limited to 3 minutes only. This is a time for the Senate to listen to what the committee has to say, and to that we offer our undivided respect and attention. I would like to remind everyone that, although we allow the speakers the privilege to use this platform, the opinions of the speakers do not reflect the opinions of the association. And as a reminder for anyone that wishes to speak in this public forum, you get 3 minutes per your entity to speak on this allocation as communicated through email as well. With that, we will now move into our first public forum for the debate team with Dr. Philip Samuels. You are good to begin whenever you're ready.
He's passing out a handout. Should I wait?
You are good to wait until it's handed out.
Great.
You're good to begin.
Great. Good evening, all. My name is Thomas Babcock, and I'm here on behalf of the Wichita State debate team. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight regarding the recommendation to eliminate the debate team's student fee allocations for fiscal year 2027. I am here to respectfully ask the Senate to overturn the Finance Committee's recommendation. I want to stress the importance of that allocation. Those funds are used as scholarships for both undergraduate and graduate students on the debate team. Without those funds, we lose one of our strongest tools to continue to attract and retain some of the brightest talent in the nation for what we do. I understand there were some concerns raised during committee when voting on the recommendation. I would like to take this opportunity to address them. First, there were concerns raised that our allocation primarily went to graduate students. I want to remind this Senate that part of the justification for cutting our funding last year from $25,000 to $10,000 was that we were not recruiting or supporting enough graduate students. Now the concern seems to be that we are doing too much of that. Our scholarships are similar to other funded line items such as the Graduate Student Support Scholarship in that they support graduate students, but importantly, they also have the added benefit of significantly boosting the participation and success of our program. If this was the concern, then eliminating the allocation entirely is not the appropriate corrective. But before the reduction in funding, we awarded scholarships to 8 undergraduate students through this allocation. Second, concerns were raised about the lack of committee for our scholarship awards. We were not made aware that this was a condition for receiving student fee allocations. We would be happy to comply with a condition requiring the creation of such a committee attached to our allocation if passed. In fact, in response to these concerns, we have already formed a scholarship committee next year preemptively, including debate alumni, faculty of the Elliott School, and an outside debate coach from a peer institution. Third, concerns were raised that students must have experience with debate to qualify for our scholarships. I want to emphasize that this is not correct. As outlined during our presentation, anyone at Wichita State can join the debate team, and competitive success is not one of the criteria used for determining scholarship allocations. 3 out of the 8 undergraduate students previously mentioned had no prior high school experience with debate and received scholarships from this allocation. And finally, the point was raised that we have other lines of funding. Yes, this is true, and we are extremely grateful for those lines of funding. But as pointed out in the presentation, those funds are limited and fall far below the national average for debate programs based on a national survey of peer institutions. Importantly, this recommendation would also have a chilling effect on those funding lines. What message does it send to our donors if every dollar they donate is matched with an equal cut to our student fee allocations? The message being sent to our donors is that their contributions are essentially meaningless because they have become zero-sum with other lines of funding. Look, debate is the second oldest student organization on campus. We just celebrated our 130th birthday. We are also the most successful small school debate program in the nation. We are not asking for a large sum. We are asking for you to continue to provide an investment in underserved students who have a proven track record of success. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I had a question to start off.
Yep.
If we were to change our line items in our student fees budget, we would have to remove it from another entity. Is there an entity that you have in mind for that, whether it's under scholarships or other student services that we have on campus?
No, and I will not engage in conjecture over other student organizations.
Are there any other questions for the speaker, Senator Mallard?
Yeah, it's just a clarifying question. This just says Wichita State debate. Are you guys also the RSO, which is the Wichita State University Speech and Debate? It is the same Dr. Phillips Samuel, so I just want to make sure that there's clarification there.
Yeah.
Are there any additional questions at this time? Senator Fouquet?
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned, I believe you said that you had an increased number of graduate students in debate. I just wanted to know what the exact numbers were on that.
We have 2 current graduate students, myself and Neymar Freeman.
Are there any additional questions, Senator Fouquet?
Just as a follow-up, as opposed to how many the year before? 0?
1, and then the year before that, 0.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions, Senator Alton?
Since you guys are a student organization, do you receive appropriations funding in the fall?
I cannot speak to that. Dr. Samuels might be able to.
We receive some appropriation funding, not from SGA, but from LS, Liberal Arts and Sciences.
I guess to follow up on that question, do you apply for any other SGA funding processes besides student fees or advisor Fonseca?
Dr. Samuels, can you come up here as you answer questions so that the folks who are watching the live stream can also hear you? I know, I'm sorry.
That's all right. My knees aren't what they used to be. Okay, what was the question? I didn't hear it.
Did debate apply for any other SGA funding processes besides through student fees?
Did debate apply for any other SGA funding, and what was the rest of that?
Any SGA funding processes besides the student fees process?
We did not.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move to Dr. Christopher Leonard from Counseling Services.
Hello?
Am I good to go?
Thank you for your time tonight. And thank you for your years of support in improving mental health on campus. I'm compelled to be here tonight based on the rider that was added to the current CAPS budget approval. I believe WSU is a community of care. I know all of us in this room want what's best for students, and we all care deeply about student mental health. I also know everyone in this room has been touched by the effects of mental health. The odds are great that many of you know someone who's experienced anxiety, depression, self-harm, experienced trauma or abuse, and you may even be that person that helped a friend or a loved one who is struggling with suicide and suicidal thoughts. That's why I'm here to implore you to remove the rider that CAPS cannot charge for services. The stipulation is rooted in compassion, but the outcome would be harmful. This rider removes another therapist at CAPS, impacting now over 170 students. Without this steady funding source, CAPS will be experiencing a reduction of $57,000. At a time when demand for mental health services is high, losing staff will, without a doubt, reduce access to care for the students that are in most need. And we have worked hard throughout the years to not raise charges. We maintain free crisis sessions and group sessions. We will even reduce our fees down to $2, and we can even retroactively apply that. And CAPS has never, and we will never, turn away somebody because of fees. So our goal has always been access and treatment, but eliminating this funding source without replacing it does not increase access and treatment. It reduces them. And so by simply removing this rider, you can ensure that CAPS has the staff necessary to respond to the students who need help. Voting to cut this source without additional financial support is harmful. This reduction will have dire consequences impacting you and all the students you serve. Student distress will increase, suicide attempts will likely go up, and sadly, student deaths may occur. CAPS will work tirelessly to prevent these outcomes from happening, but tonight, you have the ability to prevent them as well. I trust and I value your current, past, and future support, so I respectfully ask you to reconsider this rider and support CAPS tonight so we together can support students today. Thank you.
Are you standing for questions?
Be happy to.
Okay, I had a question. So we asked this. This was asked during the student fees process as well. But since student fees is covering the salaries of full-time staff, including associate director, clinical director, and mental health counselors, why is CAPS continuing to charge student session charges, especially since it can be a financial barrier for students to go to services that cost funds?
Can you repeat the question? Why do we?
Yeah, so since student fees are covering the salaries of full-time staff, including the associate director / clinical director and mental health counselors, why is CAPS continuing to charge student session charges?
To be frankly, we still don't have enough funding to support the mental health that's needed on campus. And so we need to do everything possible to diversify our funds to provide the services for students that need it. We've seen an increase over the past decade of 44% in student utilization and student appointments attended. And I would be pretty sure that GU and RU funding has not almost doubled.
Are there any additional questions, Senator Mallard?
For any reason, have you ever waived that cost for a student because it just wasn't enough, or it was more burdensome? And if you did, do you have a number?
Yes, we have waived these fees to over the cost of $20,000 in the past. We will eat charges too. So like I said, no student will be refused services because of their inability to pay. What these fees do is assist us in being able to continue to provide the daily care that these students are requesting.
Are there any additional questions? I'll go to Senator Winslow.
Hi, I apologize if you had stated this and I may
No
have
problem.
missed it. But what do you currently charge students?
Okay. Yeah, we charge $10. So the charge of $10 that can be reduced down is actually less than the average copay for insurance in the community. And if you don't have insurance, the cost of a session in the community is up to $220 an hour. And so we have licensed providers that are fully licensed and also providing applied learning experiences for students. And we're providing that at a maximum of $10. If they're in crisis, it's free. And again, we will reduce those fees, as well as we will eat those fees if they can't pay them.
I had another question for you. So with the policy writer, it would require CAPS to not charge students for these sessions. So why should the Student Government Association change the policy writer or the stipulation for that we allocated for student fees if it benefits the student in the long run since they don't have to pay for the sessions anymore?
So the students will benefit in the long run if they don't pay fees? That's the question?
If they don't pay for the sessions.
If they don't. What's the question?
So can you explain to me why should the Student Senate change the policy writer or the student fee allocations if in the long run not charging students could benefit them for the mental health perspective?
Okay. So currently, in the long run, if we don't have fees, we will reduce providers. And so in the long run, students will suffer. So the way I think about it is think about like 3 lanes of traffic. And so you reduce it down to 2 lanes. And so that is going to decrease the amount of people that are getting in, getting through, getting the help they need. It's going to be slowing the care that they receive. And so you could look at it as like a student might save $10 or $40 over the course of 4 sessions. But their mental health and the campus mental health will suffer in the long run.
Are there any additional questions? I'll go to Senator Timms.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah.
I understand the importance of making sure that we have enough providers for students, but as you stated, CAPS would be willing to reduce the fee to $2 and reimburse retroactively. So I'm wondering how that policy will generate enough funding to continue paying providers rather than just getting rid of it.
So that policy has been in place since I've been here, since 2013. The reduction of the retroactive is probably around 2020. And so this is with the individuals that need the reduced fees is what we still take. And that allows us then to provide clinical services to hit that demand. And so that is with the reduction in place.
Are there any?
I think it looked like I didn't answer it right for you.
Senator Timms, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, so I'm asking specifically about the funding, like the financial aspect of things. You're looking at reducing the fee that's currently $10 to $2. That's a pretty significant reduction.
Oh, sorry. We will do that based on financial need. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that. So if a student comes in and says, hey, $10 is too much, and so this is a plug I'm going to do, since you all represent individuals. If a student ever comes to you and says, I cannot afford to go to CAPS, tell them we will work with them. We will not force them to pay at time of service. If that is a challenge, all we need to do is know that, and we will work with them. So financial barriers will never exist.
Are there additional questions, Senator Dunn?
To your knowledge, during your tenure here, has there ever been a time where a student who is in need or crisis has been turned away by CAPS?
Not in any of my knowledge.
Are there any additional questions? We'll go to Senator Otten.
So it was mentioned that student fees covers 3 positions. Tell me if I'm wrong. Then what would the additional funds removing the $10 charge be put towards?
Can you say that again? If we remove, where would that funds go if we remove the funds?
So currently, the policy writer is to move the $10 to $0 charged
Yep.
to the student, and that is based on the commission believing that all the positions are already paid for by student fees. So with the money that you would be getting from that $10 charge, where would that money go towards the counseling services?
So that money goes towards operating and providing clinicians. If we don't have any funds, we have to then cut back clinicians that we have funded outside of student fees. Like that's the challenge.
Are there any additional questions, Senator Winslow?
How much money do you anticipate to lose if the rider is kept and that you can't charge $10 for your services?
It's going to be around $57,000 a year. So, and that's what we're losing after reductions occur. So,
Are there additional questions, Senator Phillips?
Just for some added context, how many students do your clinicians, work with on a semester basis? Do you have a number for that?
I don't have a number specifically on a semester basis. On a weekly basis, they're looking at around 26 would be what a full caseload would look like, depending on their level of engagement at the university. So if they're 40 hours versus a trainee, maybe that's around 26. You're looking at 70-some clients a year to 100 and some clients a year. The estimate I gave around is 170 when you take into the fact that this cut on top of the 103 loss, we're losing around 170. We're losing around a clinicians that could serve around 170 students next year. And so, like I was saying with the lanes of traffic, those students will still attend. So the impact is not just them directly, but is actually impacting the whole system and all the students being served. And so what happens from then is you get to a point where you do what other universities have done, and they've rationed care. They've given 3 sessions and then refer out, and you hope that they're getting care in the community, or they're paying more, or you see, again, with these increased referrals out, that students then have less coordination on campus. And so, again, we are experts in college mental health, and so we understand ads and withdrawals and best supporting them to, achieve their attainment of education. One of the coolest things that we've been doing with our impact is that this fall we had 84% of our students that came to CAPS said that they're more likely to continue at the university because of CAPS. That's an important impact that I find.
Are there any additional questions, Senator Fouquet?
Yeah, so first off, thanks for doing the work you do.
Thank you.
Obviously, I know you guys do a lot of good on campus. The only, I guess, hang up for me is you said that you'd be losing about $57,000, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are the 3 clinicians that you'd be losing sharing that sum as a salary per year, or how is that working?
So right now we're taking a cut of at least one position. In the process that we're engaging with, we are hoping that NIST funding gets funded. If NIST funding doesn't get funded, this is separate this is in the state budget, but it's not part of the GU reduction. This is a completely different funding package, NIST funding. That is a position that is costing us at least 100 clients. And then with this 57 reduction, that's adding another clinician on top of that. And to be honest with you, when I go into the weeds, I hope it doesn't impact another clinician on top of that. And so the impact is great, and we want to do as much as we can to avoid that impact. The clinicians we have are doing some amazing work. One of the things that I've worked really hard in the last couple years with overseeing the budget is really stretching as much as we can the budget to get the most clinicians in the center. And so I know that it was stated like it was like 3 clinicians, but when you tally all the clinicians that we have in different forms, I think I'm 5+ in what my proposal shows of who was funded by by SGA funding last year. So,
Are there any additional questions? Okay. Are there any additional questions from senators? I had one more question. So throughout the student fee presentations, when looking back at the live stream as well, I had a couple questions regarding some transfers that occurred as well. So can you speak to the transfers that have occurred between the Student Wellness Center in addition to Hope Services, and if CAPS was to any transfers or as well?
Yeah, so the main transfer I think that we did that involved SGA funds was the 144. So we have two funds within our CAPS budget, and one is the 9.6 fund and one is the 9.4 fund. Student fees go into the 9.4 fund, the 9.6 fund, but we have clinicians that are, their salary is in both funds. And so that transition, that transfer of funds to 9.4 was to balance the budget within the CAPS budget line. So,
Okay, and to follow up with that, with our student fee statutes, it requires that the student body treasurer or student body president approves any transfer of student fee funds to other entities. Did you receive permission from the student body treasurer or student body president of any prior administrations for those transfers?
I don't think we did to the entity, but it is counseling services entity, so it didn't change an entity. It went from my counseling services 9.4 fund, or 9.6 fund to 9.4 counseling services fund. Is that a change of entities? No, a fund is in the same org. It's in the same org.
That clarifies it for me, thank you.
Okay, yep.
Are there any additional questions? Senator Naylor?
Hi, yes. I see that you offer clinical master's internships. Are these positions paid, and how many do you have of internships?
That's a wonderful question. That changes every year. We have master's clinical internships with School of Social Work, WSU's School of Social Work. We also have a master's internship with the IL department, which we have professional counselors. I will say one of your alumni is in here, Haley. She's actually one of our interns this year, getting her master's degree. And so those are the two master's programs on WSU's campus. They are paid through our Kansas Behavioral, no, actually they're paid through the Applied Learning Funds. So they're paid through that. If we don't get Applied Learning Funds, then we'll use Kansas Behavioral Health for Center Excellence funds. And then we have Emporia State Fund, Emporia State Master Psychology, and they're funded through the Kansas Behavioral Health Center of Excellence funds. So social work's funded by us as well.
Are there any additional questions from senators? Senator Otten?
Yeah, has there been any conversation in the past about combining CAPS, the Wellness Center, and Hope Services before?
Has there been conversations about that conversation? I don't know. That's not really my role. As a director, I'm not really in the position to consolidate things. So, sorry.
I'll take one more question. We'll go to Senator Naylor.
Hi, to follow up on my question, could you use these internships to bridge the gap for the need in counseling and the supply of counselors through these internships and find additional funding for those?
So to find additional funding, I would say I could look and explore, because we continually do that. We're always looking to find ways to innovate and find the best way to get the most clinical services. If you look at our counseling staff numbers, our numbers are pretty flat. And the way that we've really absorbed the increase in demand is through our training program. Now, everybody in a training program, they receive weekly clinical supervision by a licensed provider. All their notes are reviewed and signed off, and then their sessions are recorded, and we review those. And so there's a limit on how many trainees you should really have on your caseload as a supervisor to provide ethical care to the clients we see day in and day out. And we feel very thrilled that we've been able to increase our clinical supervision and training numbers up to 15, and the hope is that we can meet that again. However, when you lose licensed clinical staff, you can't supervise as many people. And so again, there's a cascading effect in the impact that losing licensed clinicians have on our ability to provide the same numbers that you're talking about. And so one of the things in my role is that if I supervise a trainee for one day, they can see a client 6 times in one day, and I can supervise them for 1 hour. So that really is a really good ROI in utilization in your week. The concern is if you remove those individuals from being able to do that, you can't have as many trainees, and so everything goes back. And so remember think of those lanes. We have a lot of lanes right now, and every time you remove a lane, students are still in need. Students will still need care, but there's going to be a bottleneck. And that's what really concerns me. And again, I believe everyone in this room cares deeply about student mental health. And everyone in this room has been impacted by student mental health, and they know someone who's struggled. Let's be the campus. Again, I believe we are a community of care. Let's be the campus that supports our students the way they need to be supported. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have another question?
No more questions. No. We will now go to Dr. Jessica Provines, Assistant Vice President for Wellness and Chief Psychologist.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Jessica Provines, and in my role as AVP for Wellness and Chief Psychologist, I work closely with the 3 departments in the Student Wellness Center. First, I want to thank SGA for the care that you invest in stewarding student fees. I know that this process is not easy, and I appreciate your role in ensuring student voices guide the decisions. I also want to acknowledge that during the fee hearings, information was presented regarding a potential reduction in K-Board NIS funding. The guidance to avoid proposals tied to GU reductions was interpreted as applying only to administrative cuts. I take full responsibility for that misunderstanding, and I sincerely apologize for any confusion that it may have caused. Questions were also raised about the operational changes involving HOPE services. Those adjustments were designed to shift certain outreach responsibilities away from clinical providers and were connected to new state workforce training contracts, not SGA funds. Lifting these duties off providers allows clinicians to spend more time delivering direct care to students while expanding prevention program and peer education efforts. That means shorter wait times for treatment, more opportunities to train the next generation of professionals who will serve Kansans, and these programs also help students recognize when somebody may be struggling and connect them with support before concerns escalate into crisis, putting students at risk and increasing our provider burnout and our turnover. The proposed budget changes would affect students across the entire system. I know every person in this room cares deeply about student well-being. For CAPS, eliminating the ability to charge a modest service fee would remove about $57,000 in annual revenue that supports clinical staffing. Without replacement funding, CAPS would likely lose a full-time health provider. This increases wait times, reduces appointment availability, and delays students receiving care, which can contribute to worsening mental health symptoms, academic disruption, and increased risk for suicides and/or overdose. I am not trying to sound dramatic. I have lost students directly to suicide under my care, and those are the stakes that we have when students struggle to access care early. For student health, requiring the reimbursement of $75,000 would reduce resources available for direct care and applied learning opportunities, increasing costs to students. I deeply care about this work not only as an administrator, but as someone who was once a Wichita State student myself and struggled with my own mental health concerns, and I had no idea where to turn for support. Those experiences have shaped my career and my commitment to ensuring that students receive the help earlier than later. Because of this, I respectfully ask the Senate to amend the current proposal by removing the restriction on CAPS and allowing student health to retain the funds. We all share the same goal, ensuring Wichita State students have access to strong...
I'm sorry, time is up. We will now go to the question period. Are there any questions? I had a question. So you mentioned the $75,000 that SGA is having student health services pay back. So can you kind of speak in the summer what that process was when SGA gave student health services $75,000 to cover for the shortfall?
Yes, there were multiple, and thank you for your question. There were multiple factors that impacted student health services not being able to collect the revenue that they had anticipated to meet their budget. And we were very grateful when the Student Government Association actually reached out to us. We did not come to student government asking for funds. You reached out to us and offered the $75,000 to help. And Heather in the room, correct me if that's correct. So that helps us to provide care to all students. And we very much appreciate the support. You have been strong advocates for health and well-being on our campus, and I really hope that we can continue that this evening.
Are there any additional questions? Senator Alton?
So just because I asked the last entity this, but has there been any of those conversations regarding combining CAPS, Hope Services, and the Wellness Center under like one umbrella?
So I've been around here for a long time. And when we first moved to the new facility, the YMCA in 2020, of course we were separate departments in different locations. And we explored, what that might look like. And ultimately, the decision was that it made the most sense to keep things organizationally the way that they are, just because of the specialties. Behavioral health is very different than medical services. And in the past, all of the outreach was on the shoulders of clinicians, and we weren't reaching students, letting them know how we were there. So, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing today, is so students know that we're there to take care of them, because you're all going to struggle. And when you do, I want you to know exactly where you can get help. I don't want you to struggle like I did, not finding out that we even had a counseling center until I was a graduate student and I could get help there. But we're different specialties. It didn't make sense for us to operationally completely combine. But one of the things that we did do to save funds was that we really work together collaboratively as a unit, and we've centralized some of our business operations, so that helped us save funds when in terms of just having one administrative office to check students out. So we've really tried to find efficiencies across our areas, and we will work collaboratively to support the overall health and well-being of students.
Are there any additional questions? Senator Parker?
Yes, so if the policy note under Section 5 is not removed, where do you anticipate that the $75,000 will come from, and how will that impact the ability to provide health services for students?
Mm-hmm. All funds, go directly to student care. And so if we don't have that $75,000 in income, that's going to impact the amount of care that we can provide, and it's also going to increase, potential costs to students and reduce the opportunity for applied learning.
I had a question. So with the $75,000 that SJ provided in the summer, can you kind of speak to why student health services should be forced to pay it back, especially when all the other student fee entities had to bear the costs associated with the shortfall?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so in the
you
summer...
ask good, long, in-depth questions. So let me just make sure I'm catching it all.
So in the summer, like what we mentioned earlier, SGA provides $75,000 to cover for the shortfall. Why should student health services not pay that amount back, especially when many of the student fee entities also had to cover their own shortfalls as well?
So my understanding is that there's lots of things that impact our revenue. One thing that's really impacted student health's revenue is the decline in international students that we have. Our international students rely heavily on student health for their health care. And so when we're trying to predict the revenue that we generate, and and our enrollment goes down, then we lose funds. And so we do a wonderful job. Our directors are fantastic at running our department, and student health was the only department within student affairs that came in under budget, or that came in the red at the end of the fiscal year. So we weren't able to meet our budget because of the shortfall in revenue, while others maybe had other areas where they could cover that from, whether that is through their, I'm forgetting the word, guys, your carry forward. We weren't able to do that. So forcing them to pay that back, it's just going to be a loss. There's no other replacement for that revenue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I had another question as well. So you mentioned for the student health services, $75,000, that SGA approached student health services to help cover that shortfall. Can you detail what that process looked like? Who reached out to student health services regarding that, and what those conversations went like from SGA's perspective? Or Advisor Fonseca, if you want to add to that.
Jess, I can take that one. In March, a part of our normal process when SGA has to deal with in the entire student fee line item shortfall. A part of our process when we discovered the $900,000 budget issue last year that was going to go into FY26, we acknowledged at that point that there was an FY25 shortfall. And so for those who were in Senate last year, you have to remember over the course of 2 fiscal years, we were dealing with an FY26 shortfall, and then trying to determine what to do with the FY25 shortfall. The Student Fees Commission at that time and the Senate, ultimately what the statute requires is that the student body president and the treasurer at that time, which was former student body president Hauer and the former student body treasurer Wong, are required to determine what options to take, because we do have to maintain an overall balanced budget even to determine what to do with potential shortfalls. That's what our student fees contingency account is built for. It was decided at that point, rightfully so, that the next year's administration would have to figure out what to do because that's normally the process in which this works. Over the summer, prior to the closing of FY25's budget, which would have been in June at some point, a part of this process was we presented all the information regarding some of the shortfalls. There were some that were discovered that the departments could deal with themselves. That was the sentiment at that point. And there were some that, based off of more information we gathered from Scott Jensen and Emily Zimmerman, who deal with the student affairs budget areas, that student health was one of them that had the, I think, $150,000 shortfall. And so it was decided at that point, based off of conversations that we had, that there was a request of trying to support some of that with $75,000. And so that's what led to that request. So Dr. Provine is not incorrect in that sentiment that we did reach out because it is our normal process to do so. Ultimately, a new leadership determined this was a proposal that was put forward. It was the only one that was put forward due to what we believed at that time to be the most significant area that couldn't absorb a shortfall, or that, I mean, true transparency, that we didn't want to deal with either. So that is where some of that sentiment came from, and kind of the process that we took. And then ultimately the Legislative Council approved the $75,000 withdrawal.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. We will close the question period for this at the time. Thank you. We will now move to Elisa Newell with the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing, and I will hand the chair over to Vice President Lin for the duration of this.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Newell, and I serve as the Assistant Vice President for Student Services and oversee the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback regarding the proposed swipe of reserve funding for assistive technology within the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing. Assistive technology is essential for ensuring students with disabilities have equitable access to their education. These tools support students with visual, auditory, learning, and cognitive disabilities by allowing them to fully engage with course material and digital learning platforms. Over the past year and a half, OSAT intentionally piloted various assistive technologies before committing to long-term contracts. This was done under my direction to ensure that the university is investing in tools that students actually find helpful and effective. Based on student usage and assessment data, the department planned to sign a multi-year contract in April with Kurzweil and Genio, using funds that were currently held in reserves. Allowing OSAT to retain these funds is critical because those resources were intentionally set aside to support these commitments and ensure continuity of services for students who rely on these tools. It's also important to clarify that the $20,000 referenced during discussion is not an emergency fund. Those funds are designated to support federally required accommodations such as sign language and Braille services. In fact, interpreting costs alone already exceed that allocation each academic year. Without the ability to maintain the reserve funding for assistive technology, OSAT will not have the financial capacity to provide these tools, which may require students with disabilities to purchase them independently or lose access completely. Continued support for accessibility resources ensures all students have the opportunity to fully participate in their education and succeed academically. With your continued support, we will be able to provide them with the access they need to succeed at WSU and beyond. I humbly ask that this commission allows OSAT to keep the reserve so that we may move forward with the extended contract as planned next month. Thank you for your time and consideration and investing in what matters the most, which is our students.
Are there any questions? Senator Parker?
Yes, so just to clarify, you're talking about the policy note that reads, the central office is directed to sweep all unspent funds from prior fiscal years in FY26 no later than July 2nd, 2026 from this entity, correct?
Correct.
Are there any other questions? Senator Timms?
Hi, thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
My question is, these funds were called reserve funds. So were they intentionally set aside with the intent of using them later, or were they not used and were set aside because they weren't needed at that time?
No, they were needed. So I intentionally asked the department to not commit in a long-term contract with both entities for assistive technologies until we knew that these technologies would meet the needs of our students. I am one that wants to make sure that we are looking at the data to ensure that it truly is doing what it says it does. And when it comes to our students with disabilities, I'm not willing to take a gamble. I want to know that it works. And so for me to ask our director to do a one-time year for us to evaluate. When we did Kurzweil, which is one of the technologies that we were investing in, it took us about 4 months to implement, get folks trained on, and then being able to roll it out. This is one that they specifically looked at that would not only allow students who were receiving accommodations within their department to use, but any student on campus. And so I think that's important to know as well, is that they're being very intentional on how they are using the money that is given by student government of how it will impact students, not just those, but also the opportunity for others to be able to access it as well. Did that answer your question? Sorry.
Senator Naylor?
Hi, can you speak on the phrase, the cherry on top, referring to the funds requested this year that was mentioned through the student fees process recorded on the live stream?
Yeah, and so I think that was taken out of context. So when we're talking about, when Isabel made reference to the cherry on top, it's not cherry on top. These are resources that students would not have access to if not through student government providing the funds for them. I've been with the university, just as Dr. Provines, for over 20 years. And within, I believe it was probably the last 5 years, the Office of Disability Services, then now OSAT, never received funding from student government because we came to student government and you provided funding for assistive technologies, this department has been able to expand the services that they offer students because of this body. And so beforehand, assistive technology is something that we could say, these are things that could help you. You have to pay for it on your own. And so if we go back to before and the money is taken away, you know, cherry on top, I'm going to say not a good choice of words, right? When this is something that is essential for students who don't have access to be able to get them on their own.
Are there any other questions? Senator Chairperson Tijuana.
Hi. So you recently mentioned like you're signing up a contract and using the reserves fund for that contract. So in your presentation packet, you mentioned you have two reserves funds account, one with the SGA money and one with another reserve account, both having $20,000 each. So I'm wondering which reserve account do you plan on using, or do you plan on using both?
They will both be used, yes. And so the total amount is roughly right under 16,000 that will take place. So the plan is, I know that in the past or during our presentation, in the past, SGA has purchased the smart pens for students with disabilities to use, which records the class and are able to help transcribe information. Those are very costly to keep up with. Once we purchase them, they have about a 2-year lifespan, and then we're having to replace them. So phasing those out and moving to Genio, which is something that students can download onto their tablet, their computer, is going to allow us to expand that and not have to have the overhead of having to maintain upkeep with that. And so that's would be where the second contract would be. First one is Kurzweil, and the second one would be expanding over to Genio.
Are there any other questions? Senator Otten.
It was my understanding that those reserves had sat in the account for a few years. Can you speak to why those sat in the reserves and maybe just some more information on that?
Yeah, and so I know that I did ask Isabel over a year and a half ago to kind of hold on before we to do any long-term commitments with a contract with either of the companies. Also, one of them, I believe it was Kurzweil. Isabel, you might have to help me out. It was previously known as Glean, and so the company that we previously had a contract with, a 1-year contract with Glean, was in the process of going through a merger with another company. And so before committing with that, I wanted to say, let's hold on that until we see what this new product looks like. And so there was holdover from that, but it was done very intentionally to make sure that the technology that we are investing in a long-term contract with will meet the needs of our students.
Senator Parker.
I have a point of clarification for Advisor Fonseca. Does changing the policy notes affect how the balance is, like if the budget is balanced or not?
So in the proposed bill that's being submitted, it does zero out the account itself. The section 10 that establishes the policy note for OSAT would sweep the, I think it was $16,700 that was in the line item during fees, would sweep those dollars. But currently the proposal isn't providing any money for the upcoming fiscal year. So by eliminating 10, which is what I think maybe your question is, it would not unbalance the budget. It would, because the $16,700 was not allocated anywhere in here except back to the reserves. So no, it wouldn't unbalance the FY27 budget. Is that maybe the question you're asking? Okay.
I'm going to take one more question. Senator Winslow.
Yes, I would just like to refer back to the cherry on top comment. You say it was taken out of context. I would like to give a chance for that context. And you might have said it earlier. I'm sorry, I'm very tired right now.
Yeah, I get it.
But if you did do that earlier, could you do it in a more, I don't want to say it, but I am going to say it, simplified explanation, just because I'm struggling to process a lot of what you said earlier.
So that, I just want to clarify, that was not my comment. That was a comment made by my director. And so I know her, and she has the intention of wanting to make sure that our students have what they need when they need it. And this is something that is not required, that, when we're looking at what is required by ADA federal law that we have to do, this is something that is not required. This is something that you are giving to us that is allowing us to give students the access to have an equal playing ground of being able to learn for those who learn differently. And so the context of cherry on top, was it a poor choice of words? It could have been said differently, absolutely. And I think that's a lesson learned, right? But being able to say, this is something that's going to give them equal access to be able, thinking of the students who go to supplemental instruction, right, over at the Shocker Learning Center. They're sitting there. That might not be the right place. By using Genio, they're taking notes. Genio will turn their notes into a quiz. And it's one-on-one, and you're doing it, and it's not just you're sitting there reading it, it's speaking to you, right? And so depending on your learning style, these assistive technologies are adapting to meet those students' needs. And so whether it's a cherry on top, whether it is we are providing equal access for playing ground for those who learn differently, I think it's all one and the same. But it's access for all.
With no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
I now hand the chair back over to Speaker Fawn.
We will now move to the request from Shocker Rowing or Campus Recreation.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Spinelli, and I am speaking regarding the fee hearing deliberation process from the previous week as a senior undergraduate student. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. In the spirit of transparency, I must disclose I am a member of the Shocker Rowing team housed under Campus Recreation, a student fee entity impacted by the budget cuts proposed at the conclusion of the deliberations. However, it remains that these are my personal feelings and recommendations, and I do not speak on behalf of the team who is not here to say their own feelings. Viewing the entirety of the deliberations, it was very clear to me that the fee committee was under significant pressure to keep student fees from increasing due to the $929,000 shortfall of the previous year, understandably. Therefore, budget reductions this year were inevitable. My concern is not with the fact that reductions have taken place, but with the seeming lack of candid justification that should have been required to invoke those reductions. From researching prior fee deliberation live streams, it is clear that the duration of deliberations varies highly. Just last year, in 2025, when all entities were reviewed due to the shortfall, deliberation duration lasted over 6 hours. Additionally, in other years where the university was highly impacted financially, such as 2020, deliberation duration was over 11 hours. This year, deliberation to determine the budget of all student fee entities was fewer than 4 hours. The fee committee left much to be desired in their deliberations. In many cases, proposals were introduced with a single justification, immediately followed by a secondary statement and a vote. Very little discussion took place for or against motions. The purpose of the deliberation is not to reach a decision. It is to invite the public to spectate the journey to those decisions. When discussion is minimal, it becomes difficult for students to understand the committee's priorities in each individual case or how fairness was evaluated across different organizations. Going forward, I encourage the committee to ensure future deliberations allow adequate time for discussion and make effective efforts to consider all arguments and scenarios. Some practices that could prove fruitful are as follows: clearer or more objective evaluation criteria. For example, each commissioner assigning groups a scale of 1 to 10 on how well they felt that group addresses various evaluation priorities, something like student development, and conducting discussions based on those established priorities. Additionally, assigning a member to be the designated dissenter. That is, in decision-making processes such as deliberations, assigning a member to always disagree, and to challenge the group's assumptions to encourage open discussion. There will always be disagreement from the staff and student population connected to these decisions, but clarity in the deliberation process can help ensure that your decisions are understood and trusted. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to speak. and I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Fouquet?
Hi there. So thanks for coming to present tonight. I was just curious. I understand that you maybe were not satisfied with the way the deliberation took place, and that's understandable. But other than touching on that, what were you guys hoping for when it comes to the terms of the finances?
I cannot speak to my coach and John, who gave the presentation. However, I think I can speak to essentially everybody. Anybody who goes into a fee hearing, they want the money that they ask for, and that's totally fair because they believe that their program is worth funding. So just explaining that like pretty plainly is all they can do.
Are there any additional questions? Senator Winslow?
Yes, so you stated that in previous years there had been longer deliberations. Do you think the amount of time deliberating equates to the quality of the decisions made?
I personally believe that it allows at least for more open discussion and at least increases the number of arguments that are put on the table. And more challenges can only lead to better decisions, in my opinion.
Are there any additional questions? We'll go to Chairperson Tawana.
So I have a question regarding Shocker Rowing is considered as a student organization, RSO. Do you guys receive any fundings through appropriation cycle or not?
So rowing is not considered an RSO, so we do not receive funding through appropriations.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Senators, I ask that we keep that we don't have side conversations as we go along, especially when the individual is speaking up here as well. Are there any other individuals who wish to speak in public forum? Okay, with that, we will now go to the Interim Vice President of Student Affairs, Kevin Kanda.
There we go. Good evening, Senators. Tonight I stand before you as the Interim Vice President of Student Affairs and as someone who has the privilege of working closely with SGA over the past several years in my role as the Eradican Student Center. While I still have dual roles, tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Division of Student Affairs. First, I want to acknowledge something directly. As a division, we did not show up in the way you expected or deserved during last week's discussions. We heard your concerns, and I want to acknowledge that openly. You have every reason to expect our presence, partnership, and engagement in a process that is fundamentally about students. When we fall short, it affected not only the process, but your confidence in us. Let me be clear, the responsibility rests with the Student Affairs Cabinet and myself as Interim Vice President, not with our department directors. Our directors and their teams work every day to support Wichita State students and have approached this process in good faith. We take full accountability, and we are committed to doing better. Moving forward, our commitment is simple: to show up consistently, communicate clearly, and engage in true partners in this process. The role of Student Government Association is incredibly important. SGA represents the voice of students and plays a vital role in shared governance on this campus. Through the Student Services Fee process, you ensure that students have a meaningful voice in how resources are allocated to support their success and well-being. That is a responsibility I deeply respect and want to thank each of you and the Student Fees Commission for the work you have done. It is in that spirit of partnership that I come before you tonight with a request regarding several policy riders attached to the student fee bills. These riders raise concerns for student affairs because they may create operational instability for essential student-serving units and potentially disrupt services that students rely on every day. Specifically, I respectfully ask for the students to reconsider the following provisions. Section 5, requiring student health services to refund the $75,000 allocation. Section 6, restricting counseling charges for counseling and psychological services. Section 10, sweeping the reserve funds from the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing. Tonight you have heard from representatives from those departments who have provided additional context. My request is simply that we create space to work together on these concerns before actions are taken that can unintentionally impact student services. By working collaboratively, we can assure that counseling services remain accessible and sustainable, that assistive technology resources from students and disabilities are preserved as intended, and that student health services can continue operating in alignment with the spirit of the funding that this body has provided. I believe deeply in the partnership between Student Affairs and SGA. Rebuilding trust will take action, and we are committed to that work. Together, we can continue in advancing the mission that guides this body and work we all share. Students come first. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your service to the students of this university.
We will now close the Student Fee Public Forum. I will hand it off from President Wong for a comment, then I will recess afterwards.
Good evening, Senators. I know it's been a long night. Before I let Treasurer Bum present the overall student fees package, I wanted to offer some words for you all to consider throughout this process. This is a good package. It's a package that was done with thought, intention, and valid justification from the information that was presented then. Because of this, it's a package that I can support and sign that sets forth a new standard for the coming sessions. I want to be clear that although there are feelings of frustration and disappointment, those feelings were not a part of the factors of the decisions made in the student fees process. Just as a university has a fiscal responsibility, so do we as Student Government Association. We are responsible for the more than 18,000 students, the constituents that we all represent, who pay this fee to ensure that their fees are used responsibly and for services that are open to all students. This package will establish new and improved practices that I look forward to working on with the next Vice President of Student Affairs. A core value of the Wong Nguyen administration is intentionality. As someone who has been a part of the student fees process for 4 years, with 3 of those with direct oversight of the process, the decisions we make as student government must be intentional. As we uphold ourselves and our peers to these same standards, so must the student fee entities and the directors of these budgets. This money belongs to the students. There has never been a question about that. Anyone who questions this can read the title of the fees, the Student Services Support Fees. We expect good partners in this process, partners that take this process seriously, intentionally, and with respect. In the coming weeks, I will also be announcing new oversight strategies to ensure that the next session is prepared to navigate the student fees process with clarity, all necessary information, and transparency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now recess for 15 minutes, so we will reconvene at 10:17 p.m.
Okay, I'm good.
I call this meeting back to order at 10:17 p.m. It is the opinion of the chair that all members are present. We will now move into 13.4. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-155, an act to approve the fiscal year 2027 student service fee allocations and policy riders.
You have the floor.
Good evening, Senators. I hope you're all doing well. I'd like to thank everyone in the audience that came to support their departments and entities. It means a lot that you're showing support, even in the midst of some uncertainty, especially with funding. Across campus, you know, everything is extremely hard right now. So I stand before you this evening to present the fiscal year 27 student fees budget. So first, let's talk some numbers. So the FY27 proposed budget is made up of both EOF funds and student operational funds. For the EOF funds, the total proposed amount is $175,500. And for the student operations, the total proposed amount is $9,789,749. And this totals $9,965,245. Dr. Fonseca kind of went over this earlier in committee of the whole, but here's a brief timeline of the student fees process as a whole. In December, we call for funding requests and applications are sent out. In mid-January to early February, training requests are due and distributed. In early March, committee hearings and deliberations happen. Next for mid-March to late April is a Senate adoption. Late April, the president approves, and then in mid-May to mid-June, the budget is submitted with approval for FY27. So now we will take a look at the enrollment cost for the student support services fee. During committee of the whole, Dr. Fonseca shared something similar. It was from fiscal year 23. This is from fiscal year 26. So for a tier 1 undergraduate student taking 9 credits or more, this fee was $742.35 for each fall and spring semester in fiscal year 25. These numbers are adjusted based on credits taken per semester and adjusted a little bit differently for graduate students, as you can see. So now we will look at the history of the SGA fee, and we can see that it was not increased in FY26. And could you actually go back a slide? Just to mention, the SGA student support services fee is made up, is one part of 3 separate fees, which includes the health and wellness fee, which pays for every student's YMCA membership, along with the intercollegiate athletics fee. So that total is a $742.35. The SGA student support services fee is just a small part of that. So looking above, this is the history. So you can see for fiscal year 26, there was no increase, and that number was $425.33 per student, which is part of that larger fee. So now for revenue. So this budget is made up from revenue projections for next year's enrollment. For FY26, the total adopted budget with no fee increase, which was around $900,000 less than expected at the time, was $9,991,393. This year, for fiscal year 27, the total revenue estimate with no fee increase was $9,965,249. And this is, if the commission were to increase the fee, this is what our total revenue would look like per percentage increase. So to go over some other considerations into our budget. Other than specific line items and presentations that we heard, some other considerations include a 2.5% compensation increase for the governor's recommended budget, along with the student organization stimulus fund, which was taken out of SGA's budget instead of the student fee line item. And then the health insurance increase, which increased by 8.2%, is required by state law to be funded. Due to these items being funded pending state legislation, 2 separate policies were made regarding these funds. First, policy note for compensation increase. These funds shall be held in student fees contingency fund until the state of Kansas legislature and the Kansas governor have enacted the FY27 state budget and any changes to salary take effect via university policies. Funds shall be released upon notification by the budget office to the central office. The central office shall notify the student body president, student body vice president, student body treasurer, and speaker of the Senate of any action releasing any funds no later than June 30th, and shall file a detailed report highlighting which entity the funds were dispersed to, and shall update the FY27 allocation to highlight those changes. Second, this will sound redundant, but policy note for the health insurance increase. These funds shall be held in the student fees contingency fund until any changes to health insurance take effect via university policies. Funds shall be released upon notification by the budget office to the central office. The central office shall notify the student body president, student body vice president, student body treasurer, and the speaker of the Senate of any action releasing any funds no later than June 30th, and shall file a detailed report highlighting which entity the funds were dispersed to, and shall update the FY27 allocation to highlight those changes. Furthermore, funds shall only be distributed by the central office to entities for filled positions, not vacant ones. I also mentioned the Student Organization Stimulus Fund policy for Section 13, policy note for student organization funding. Funding shall be absorbed by the Student Government Association and allocated from within to fund this item. Next, the Finance Commission enacted several general funding stipulations and policy riders. A new general policy note. Every student fee entity is required to establish a separate fund to hold all student fee funds allocated each year. The central office is directed to produce a report verifying compliance with this action no later than August 1st, 2026. The central office is further directed to create policy to embed this into the budget and finance code of SGA bylaws. This policy note should exempt the Radigan Student Center due to its uniqueness of being a 501c3. This stipulation came to fruition due to the fact that, as a commission, we felt that it was difficult to accurately gain a picture of the entity's financials. When student fee dollars are being mixed into revenue streams, transferred across departments, and being held in reserves, this does not give a sense of transparency to our students. This policy aims to create more transparency and responsibility for our departments to handle their student dollars. On the same note, no transfers may come out from entity student fee accounts as created in Section 3, and any transfers are restricted without pre-approval from the student government and the central office. Additionally, as a general policy note, direct the central office in partnership with the budget office to produce a detailed report by Friday, April 3rd of all cash balances by student fee entities that are specific to prior fiscal year and including FY25 carry forward, and file that report with the student government for review. This should only consider the funds that are purely student fees, and this report shall exempt the Radigan Student Center. Like stated before, these policy items aim to increase the financial responsibility for entities receiving student fee dollars. I'd like to offer some final information before I dive into the details of the proposal. First, AR-68-002 was enacted to invoke Chapter 5 budget authority. This brought back all entities to present their budgets, as they were also called to do last year in the shortfall. The Finance Commission must recommend a balanced budget. If total allocations go over the revenue projections, the student fees will be raised for all students. Programs that presented this year are locked into their allocated amounts until they present again, unless requesting an increase or changes to their programs. Lastly, Year A groups will present again next year to go back to the current cycle. All right, now the moment you've all been waiting for, the official proposal from the Finance Commission. All right, first I will be going over EOF line items. First up, we have debate. Their fiscal year 26 amount was $10,000, their fiscal year 27 request was $25,000, and the recommended amount is $0. The Commission expressed concerns about the limited impact on the student body, noting that the $25,000 request supported only 3 or 4 graduate teaching assistants and a few undergraduate students. Additionally, it was noted that the team had received foundation funding in previous years that exceeded their total student fee allocation, suggesting they had other resources to operate. Next, Disability Support Services Scholarship. Fiscal year 26 amount, $8,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $8,000. Recommended amount, $0. The reason is that we are unable to fund due to new language in the bylaws prohibiting scholarships to be selective on discriminatory factors. Next is a Graduate Student Scholarships Program. Fiscal year 26 amount, $9,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $9,000. Recommended amount, $9,000. Reasoning. They are fully funded to address historical feedback that graduate students have limited scholarship opportunities and resources compared to undergraduates. Next is a McNair Graduate Student Scholarship. Fiscal year 26 amount, $8,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $8,000. Recommended amount, $8,000. The reasoning, they are approved based on positive feedback regarding the scholarship's effectiveness and overall desire to continue supporting the program. Next is a HALA Scholarship Award for Community Service. So fiscal year 26 amount, $15,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $15,000. Recommended amount, $15,000. They are fully funded because a scholarship effectively encourages student engagement and community service and has a track record of great work. Next is a first-year generation student scholarship. Fiscal year 26 amount, $30,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $50,000. Recommended amount, $40,000. The reasoning for the $40,000 allocation, which is a reduction from the $50,000 request, is to help the entity return to funding more students after previous budget cuts had forced them to stop funding the total of 10 students. Next is SGA scholarships, fiscal year 26, $30,000, fiscal year 27. Request was $30,000, and the recommended amount is $30,000. The reasoning is that these are SGA-based allocations. Most of these amounts are required by the bylaws, and we cannot do any less. For the Promoting Academic Student Success Scholarship, the FY26 amount was $30,000. Fiscal year 27 request is $30,000. Recommended amount $30,000. Fully funded due to the program's consistent success in supporting first-year students transitioning into academic life. As for the non-traditional student scholarship, fiscal year 26 amount, $25,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $30,000. Recommended amount, $25,000. This scholarship impacts students who need it most. Historically, the scholarship has been a responsible steward of funds. There is a policy writer for the non-traditional scholarship. This entity has until June 30th, 2026 to bring the scholarship in compliance with the SGA bylaws regarding the non-discrimination clause. Next is the International Scholarship Fund for Study Abroad. Fiscal year 26 amount, $9,000. Fiscal year 27 amount, request, $10,000. The recommended amount was $10,000. The reason was to fully fund them to provide students with financial need for the opportunity to gain international experience, which is a requirement for certain programs like Engineering Plus. Next is the Esports Scholarship. Fiscal year amount, 26 amount, $10,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $25,000. Recommended amount, $0. Reasoning, similar to the debate team, the commission felt that student fee dollars were not justified for such a specific scholarship that serves a small number of students and requires specific skills for eligibility. Next up is the Ulrich Museum. Fiscal year 26 amount, $5,000. Fiscal year 27 amount, $8,500. Recommended amount, $8,500. The reasoning, this is fully funded to support their internships at a rate of $14 per hour, sustaining the program's contribution to the student body. Do we want to pause for questions for the EOF section, or do we want to do?
Would you like to take questions now, or would you like to move on to the next one and take questions at the end?
I'll move on to the next section. All right, I will now discuss our specific student services fee line items. All right, first up, we have student engagement and belonging. Fiscal year 26 amount, $1,483,428. Fiscal year 27 request, $1,588,428. Recommended amount, $1,588,428. This entity is fully funded because the department has absorbed several other offices and vacant positions over the last 5 years, which has cut the total amount of student fee dollars being spent. And they have also faced significant program cuts previously, which greatly affected students, so hopefully get those back up and running. Next is student health. Their fiscal year 26 amount was $1,116,462. Their fiscal year 27 request was $1,166,462, and the recommended amount is $1,116,462. They were funded at their request amount, but with a mandatory stipulation, or they were funded at their fiscal year 26 amount with a mandatory stipulation to pay back the $75,000 to the student fee reserves by August. The commission cited a lack of transparency regarding how student fee dollars were being spent and concerned that the fees were being transferred to other entities across the health and wellness campus because of the shared resources among them. As for the specific policy writer here, Section 5 policy note for student health services, this entity is required to refund the student government's student fee contingency account $75,000 no later than August 1st, 2026. The central office is directed to produce a report verifying compliance with this action. Next up is the CDC, or the Child Development Center. FY26 amount, $233,000. $233,249. Fiscal year 27 request, $183,249. The recommended amount was $183,249. The reason for this is Child Development Center is on a 3-year cut of $50,000 per year. And they were funded at the request amount, which was the $50,000 cut from last year, to maintain a pre-established 3-year reduction cycle. The commission aimed to keep the center operational while encouraging future discussions on sustainability. Next up, we have CAPS, or Counseling and Testing Prevention Services. FY26 amount was $445,084. FY27 request was $548,084, and the recommended amount was $445,084. They are funded with a strict stipulation that all counseling services must be free to students. The commissioners did argue that charging a $10 fee discouraged students from seeking help, and essentially charging them twice, since student fees are already fund the counselors' salaries. This cut also does not fund a position which was trying to be absorbed by student fees after certain GU cuts. For the specific stipulations, Section 6, Policy Note for Counseling and Psychological Services, this entity is required effective July 1st, 2026 to no longer charge any fees to members of the association, and that all counseling appointments must be free for members of the association. The central office is directed to produce a report verifying compliance with this action. Next up, we have Hope Services, or Prevention Services Program. Their fiscal year 26 amount was $31,484. Their fiscal year 27 request was $31,484, and the recommended amount was $10,000. The reason for this reduction is that the $10,000 is specifically earmarked for 4 applied learning student worker positions. The commission felt that the entity relied heavily on external grants and that student fees should only directly support student employment. As for the specific policy writers, there are 2. Section 7, Policy Note for Hope Services. Funding for this entity is restricted to expending allocated funds only towards applied learning outcomes. Section 8, Policy Note for Hope Services. This entity, effective July 1st, 2026, is now considered an educational opportunity fund with all restrictions and limitations as defined by the Educational Opportunity Fund definition. Next up is SOS, or Student Outreach Services. The FY26 amount is $58,086. FY27 request is $58,086, and the recommended amount is $0. Approved as a one-time funding allocation for fiscal year 2027, the commission argued that this position, which is related to state compliance, should be funded by the university, not by students, and we are giving this entity 1 year to find alternative funding. So even though the recommended amount does say 0 on this, this entity still will be funded for 1 year, and hoping for them to find other sources of funding for the future. Here is the direct policy writer, Section 9, Policy Note for Student Outreach Services. This entity is funded with a one-time allocation for fiscal year 2027. The central office is directed to locate the funds for this allocation and notify the student body president of such action prior to the release of funds no later than August 1st, 2026. All right, next up is OSAT, or the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing. Fiscal year 26 amount is $10,107. Fiscal year 27 request, $10,107. Recommended amount, $0. The commission voted to allocate $0 and sweep the $16,700 from the current reserves. This reasoning was a significant break in trust, as the entity had allegedly misled previous commissions and this one about spending their allocations while actually letting student fee dollars sit unused in reserve accounts. Throughout the entire presentation, the commission was led to believe that these funds had been being fully spent each year. It was later brought up in a question once reviewing the application that was found that at the current time that the application was produced, this entity had around $21,000 strictly of student fee dollars, which they earmarked were student fee dollars sitting in reserves, along with another around $23,000 for emergency funds. These questions were brought up. The presenter did deny the fact that they were planning on spending them, even though they were sitting in there for multiple years, specifically student fee dollars, which, like I mentioned before, the commissions in previous years had been led to believe that these funds were being spent. Only after the commission decided to sweep these numbers were comments from Student Affairs that these funds were going to be spent. So to myself and the commission, it seemed like kind of a last-ditch effort to make up for their actions of misleading the commission in previous sessions. So the official policy note for this is Section 10, policy note for the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing. The central office is directed to sweep all unspent funds for prior fiscal years in 2026, no later than July 2nd, 2026, from this entity. Next, we have campus recreation. FY26 amount, $1,134,834. Fiscal year 27 request, $1,134,834. Recommended amount, $1,013,690. A reduction of approximately $121,000 was specifically targeted at the Shocker rowing team. The commission defunded the assistant rowing coach position, which is currently vacant, travel funds, and half of the equipment maintenance, citing consistency with their decision to defund other specialized competitive teams like debate and esports, which the commission has decided should not be funded directly from student dollars. There is a stipulation, Section 16, policy note for campus recreation. Campus recreation cannot incorporate expenses relating to the Coleman Tennis Complex into their operating budget without the express permission from the student body president and student body treasurer. Next up is the RSC, or the Radigan Student Center. Fiscal year 26 amount, $2,597,530. Fiscal year 27 request, $2,597,530. Recommended amount, $2,597,530. This entity is fully funded due to the center's high transparency with all of their unique costs, its unique business model that keeps student fees as low as possible through their outside revenue. They do try to find the perfect medium between how much they are charging students for services along with the fees that they are requesting, and its direct impact on all students who use this facility. Next up is the Student Government Association. The FY26 amount, $2,400,965. Fiscal year 27 request, $2,400,965. The recommended amount is $2,376,715. This amount is lowered by $24,250, and this amount is the pull from the special project funds to balance the budget at the end, which I will go over towards the end of my presentation. The other reasoning for this is 80% of this funding is required by SGA's bylaws, and the Joint Leadership Council approves this budget every November. Next up, we have the Sunflower. Fiscal year 26 amount, $150,796. Fiscal year 27 request, $185,000. Recommended amount, $185,000. They are fully funded to support applied learning and ensure journalistic transparency on campus. The commission praised the paper's digital growth and its role in highlighting student life. Next up is the Sunflower's Equipment Reserve. Fiscal year 26 amount was $0. Fiscal year 27 amount, $4,738. Recommended amount, $4,738. They are fully funded to ensure technology stays up to date with the rising costs of computers and other equipment. Next is the College of Fine Arts Programming, FY26 amount, $50,000. Fiscal year 27 request, $50,000. Recommended amount, $50,000. Reasoning, they are fully funded because they provide students with free tickets to high quality performances and support the practical degree requirements of fine arts students. Next is Varsity Esports, in FY26, they received $40,000. In FY27, the request was $95,000. Recommended amount was $0. The reasoning is the commission argued that esports act more like a recognized student organization, RSO, rather than a full university department. They compared it to groups like Model U Nations or Formula SAE, which also do not receive direct student fee allocations. Similar to their scholarship fund, commissioners felt they could not justify spending student fees on a program that serves a relatively small number of students compared to broad impact services like the RSC or CAPS. Since the program is housed under the College of Education, the commission stated that the college should take on the responsibility of funding the program manager's salary and other operational costs rather than shifting that burden onto student fees. Next is the graduate student programming. They received $10,013 in FY26. Their FY27 request was $10,000. Recommended amount was $10,000. This request was one of the most transparent budgets with detailed spending plans and a good impact on the underrepresented graduate students.
I'm going to interrupt you for before you go into your next item. I move to extend the meeting to midnight. Is there a second for that motion? Seeing a second from Chairperson Tawana, I move to approve this by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, it is adopted as such. We will now, the deadline to adjourn is midnight. You may continue.
All right, the next request is the NIST Student Digital Toolbox. They are a new entity, so they did not receive any funds last year. Their request for FY27 was $50,000. The recommended amount was $50,000. This new request was fully funded because it is a great new entity that provides laptop and other portable technology to students who may need them, who may come from first generation or low income backgrounds, and these resources are very important for them to complete their degrees. All right. The next items, which we did not receive any presentations for, but are required as student fee line items, and I already went over the policy riders for these at the beginning of my presentation. First up is the compensation increase with a request of $45,285, and that was the recommended amount. Next was the same thing for the RSC compensation increase with a $47,400 requested and recommended amount. Next was the required health insurance increase with a requested and recommended amount of $66,168. Another item that I have announced the policy riders for is the Student Organization Stimulus Fund. It is a line item that was requested at $10,000. It is recommended at $0 because SGA is going to absorb this cost with their own budget. Next up, as a specific line item, is the CDC's 3-year reduction. It must show up as a line item. It has already been reflected in their previous allocation. So for Section 15, the policy note for the CDC's reduction, funds shall be zeroed out. And then the last item is our reserves. The Student Fee Contingency Fund must be fully funded. For the FY27, the amount needed to refill this reserve was $75,000. The recommended amount was $0 because of Section 14, our policy note for the reserves transfer. This funding shall come from the $75,000 refund from the Student Health Services and shall be transferred to the reserves. Central Office is directed to produce a report verifying compliance with this action by August 1st, 2026. Not done yet. Just a little more. All right, thank you for your attention during the specific line items. Finally, I'd like to share some final numbers. Our FY27 total request from entities was $10,655,355. Like I've stated before, our FY27 estimated revenue, which are funds for the budget, $9,965,249. Our FY27 total proposed allocation is $9,965,249, which includes Section 17, policy note for the student fee increase. For FY 2027, the current $24,250 student fee increase shall be absorbed into the SGA Special Projects account, which leaves us with a balanced budget and a $0 increase in the student support services fee for students. We understand that paying for school is becoming increasingly more expensive for all. Due to this, the Finance Commission worked their hardest to create a responsibly drawn FY27 student fees budget with a 0% increase. From the Senate, I request you to approve the budget allocations and all policy riders as recommended by the Finance Commission. I also request you to approve the flat rate of student fees for FY27. Lastly, I request you to authorize the signatures for funding agreements upon approval of the student body president, university president, and the Kansas Board of Regents. Thank you for your time. I will now stand for questions.
And before we go to questions, this presentation is also in the SJ Teams in the legislative packet for your reference as well. We will now move into the question. President Wong, do you want to add something?
Before we move into the questioning period, I just wanted to be transparent with you all. As Treasurer Bum was presenting on the line items, I caught an error. This is not on him at all. Student engagement belonging only requested an increase of $75,000, totaling to $1,558,428. It was submitted as one number over the two funds. The clerical error from the budget office didn't reduce the actual student fee request, and it was approved twice. SCB's request is not $105,000. This means we have an extra $30,000 to allocate. I would recommend that we correct this by pulling only the $30,000 and reallocating it into a different account. I do not recommend any other change on the overall fee package.
We will now move into the question period. Are there any questions for Treasurer Bum? Senator Mallard.
Under S.
Before you start, can we take questions from EOF, and then that way we can have the slides up so they can see the slides, and then jump down to the student service areas?
Yes, we'll do that. We'll take questions regarding EOF. Are there any questions? Senator Mallard.
Under Section 003, Mandatory Student Services Fees, Section 2, Application for Funding, Subsection F, no student club or organization is eligible to receive funding through the Student Fees Committee except for Student Government Association and the Sunflower Student Newspaper of Wichita State University. Because of this, is this also one of the reasons why we are not funding the debate team due to the fact that they are a registered student organization?
I will answer that first, and then I will hand it over to our advisor. But at the time of this allocation, that was not a factor in their $0 allocation.
Advisor Fonseca.
I would say that based off of, I think, comments we heard today, when the question, and I think you're the one who posed it, I think because they mentioned that they were a student organization, and I'm not sure, to be honest, at what point they became one, then there could be an argument made that they're not eligible for funding due to that clause that we have in our student fee statute. Again, we try to go back to find out when they became one, and we can't find information, but since after the student fees process, based off of some of the feedback that was given, we did find them on Shocker Sync today. Based off of the comments they gave, confirming that, one could make that argument that because they are a student organization, that they're not eligible for student fees. But that would be for ultimately the Senate to make that decision on.
Are there any further questions about EOF funds? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to questions regarding the student support services. Are there any questions? We'll go to Senator Winslow.
Hi, sorry, could you explain a little bit more about the student outreach services and that number to the side there? I got a little lost when you were explaining that portion.
Yeah, so for student outreach services, or SOS, it does appear that they are funded at $0 strictly from the student fee line items. However, this stipulation that was added makes this a one-time funding for them. So because we will not be providing any funds in the future, this line item does have to be zeroed out. The funds for this will be absorbed by another fund. So there is no action. They will be receiving funding, but not from this budget.
Could you clarify for the body what fund that would be coming from as well, or Advisor Fonseca, if you can clarify that?
When the statute that governs student fees talks about one-time funding, that's required to be paid for by SGA. So SGA will be allocating the 58 from this year's money, but prior to the end of the fiscal year, so it will come out of the special project account, since that account is responsible for funding any one-time requests. So that will be encumbered and allocated on July 1 when the new fiscal year starts. So it doesn't impact next year's SGA budget. It will come from this year's to pay for that. And I will say, because there's probably thoughts of like, how does that not unbalance the budget? It's because there isn't a continuation of funding at this time for that department. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Are there any initial questions? Senator Austin?
This might be more of a point of information, but could we see the numbers for the SEB office be reflected within the Excel sheet? Wonderful, thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. we will take a 5-minute recess. So we will re-adjourn at 10:57 p.m. I call this meeting back to order at 10:57 p.m. It is the opinion of the chair that all members are present. We will now move into the debate period for this. Advisor Fonseca.
Senator, on to your request, the spreadsheet has been updated.
We will move into the debate period for this section. I want to make clear that as we move into debate, this is either to poll line items for the second read, or if you want to address the policy drivers, this is the time to do so as well. Before I call on any senators for any amendments or motions, I have a few thoughts about this student fees process. First and foremost, I am proud of you all here today for hearing these public forums, for hearing these presentations, for being engaged in the process. Secondly, I am incredibly important with the Student Affairs Division. I am incredibly disappointed by the lack of accountability, of transparency within the process. Within time and time again, I have found that the Student Affairs Office has not been willing to work with the Student Government Association to collaborate or discuss any concerns regarding the student fees process. Some of the entities I admit have worked much closer with Student Government Association, like the Radigan Student Center, like in recent years, Campus Recreation, especially this session. I am incredibly disappointed with some of the thoughts that were expressed within Student Affairs regarding many of the student services areas. For some of the spending we have heard in the past, I have heard in my time in Finance Commission, many of the same items for many of the requests. I am incredibly concerned about the transfers that occurred between Student Health Services, Hope Services, and CAPS among those areas. And I believe that those transfers, as outlined in our statutes, have not been pre-approved by the Student Government Association, whether this session, last session, or that previous session as well. Additionally, I believe that the promises of starting to collaborate with SGA rings hollow in my ears. It is incredibly frustrating that this has been brought up where they had a chance to work with SGA beforehand, and we did not hear these items until student fee line items were changed. And while yes, I greatly appreciate many of the services that these entities provide, I believe they serve a great number of students. I believe this is the prime year for accountability. We hold our student organizations to such stringent standards in our appropriations process, yet we are willing to give many of our student fee entities a pass in previous years, and I even heard some sentiments this year as well. For the work that many of the commissioners have done, I would say this. The deliberation duration that I have served in my time in SGA does not necessarily reflect the quality of the work that I have done in my time in student fees. I know in previous years it might have been 6 hours, 11 hours. This year it was shorter, but I do not believe that longer is better. I do not believe that handing it off to future sessions and saying, well, we'll give them another chance. We'll let them adjust as we go along. We'll help future students out as well. In previous years, we have heard promises made by Student Affairs, promises made by Student Affairs entities that they will do better to reduce some of these costs. For example, for CAPS, in previous years, we heard maybe someday that it will be free for students. Someday, for some of these resources, they'll be available for students. And I am not convinced. I am not convinced by many of these student affairs entities coming in public forum and presenting these thoughts. I am disappointed with the accountability and blame and throwing each other under the bus within student affairs. I have heard, in the Student Affairs Committee, we heard the answer somewhere along the lines, I don't know, 30 plus times. I've heard directors say, well, it's my associate vice president that oversees the decisions, so I didn't really have as much as a say. I don't see that accountability yet. And I'm hoping with these policy drivers, it will encourage that accountability. I am personally against amending our policy drivers because I believe with these changes, it makes them take accountability and makes that change happen. And I believe that it is the student government's responsibility to encourage this change. Yes, I appreciate the efforts afterwards of reaching out to our officers about having some discussions. I appreciated the Child Development Center, and they're having an advisory board, and we're having those discussions. So I would personally like to see a much bigger effort within the Office of Student Affairs. And yes, there needs to be communication as well. And it's not all on the Student Affairs offices as well. I believe that previous leadership has neglected that relationship between the Student Government Association in previous years as well. And I believe that communication is not all on the department chairs. It's not on the budget officers. But we have to make this, I believe we have to make this change. I believe we have to move forward in the right direction for this as well. But those are my thoughts. I will hand it over to senators that wish to speak in debate at this time. I will go to Senator Mallard.
I apologize. I motion to strike Section 6, line item 47 through 51 in its entirety.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Section 6, lines 47 through 51 in their entirety.
Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Parker, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yes, thank you. So I do completely agree that we have to hold people accountable, and I do agree that there was a lot of stuff that happened that shouldn't have happened. And then I 100% agree with those sentiments. CAPS is already getting reduced from 2341 to 19, which is already a massive cut. And while I also understand removing the $10, they have stated that they do cut that amount a lot for students if they can't meet it. And I do agree that we do have to hold all of our entities in compliance, especially with what's been happening. But that is a massive cut to their services, and it has also been stated that outside of the university it is hundreds of dollars, while here it is 10, it is 2, it is 0. If a student says, hey, like I genuinely cannot pay, then they will reduce it. And also the statements that it might be a push away from students that because of the cost that they can see it. If someone has actually stated that, I would love to hear that, but that is an in the air statement. Thank you.
Are there any individuals who wish to speak on this motion? Seeing, we'll go to Senator Miller.
I'll speak in affirmation of the motion. I think if the goal is to hold student fee receiving entities accountable, this does not necessarily move towards that goal. I think, in fact, I think the spirit of this is good, right? I think the spirit of this is for more students to receive counseling services. But I think, in effect, what this will do is actually reduce the number of students who are going to be able to receive counseling services. Let me explain. By not being able to fund as many clinicians, that will, of course, reduce the number of students they're able to serve. But also, it's my opinion that removing the cost of CAPS will increase the number of no-shows, which will further reduce the number of students receiving counseling services.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Dunn.
Yeah, so as to speak in affirmation of this motion, I think if the goal is to hold student services accountable, with any measure of accountability, I think that decreasing the amount of services that they offer only punishes the students and not the administrators or directors in any way, shape, or form.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak in debate? We'll go to Chairperson Tawana.
I'll be speaking in negation of this motion. I believe we put the policy riders in place to hold the student body entities accountable, and we are already paying their salaries through student fees. It's like paying double the amount for the same item. So I'll be speaking in negation of this.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Argumento.
I'm going to speak in affirmation in this this motion. I understand of trying to hold these entities accountable, but these holding them accountable should not affect our students. They should not affect the student body. We should continue to offer these services and continue to support CAPS so that our student body doesn't get negatively affected.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Naylor.
I will be speaking in negation. As the underserved senator, I recognize the importance that counseling has and the positive effect it has on campus. However, I also know that my constituents deserve transparency. The words "I think," "I believe," "I'm not sure" pierced my ears while watching the live stream. Students should know where their money is going. They should not be charged twice for counseling. Financial stress is a huge issue students face on campus, so charging them to help navigate that does not seem right. And I am urging each of the senators to push for the accountability that our students deserve and the transparency they get.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak and debate at this time on this motion? Senator Winslow.
Hi, I'm going to be speaking in negation of this motion. I frankly think it's irresponsible this motion is irresponsible as it basically allows these entities to continue to do what they do, to continue to not be transparent with students, because it's giving them what they want, and taking something away that they want is the only way to get something out of them. Like, if we don't do anything, they're just going to keep doing this over and over and over again. And then we're just going to not get anything done. And we're going to be at the same spot again next year and the year after that and the year after that. This is the only way to hold them accountable.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Haynes.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in negation of this. I think although the sentiments of not wanting to negatively impact the students is understood, either way, this is a student service, so students are going to be affected regardless, so we have to just draw that line out. And I don't think, and they also brought up the point that they're willing to reduce the cost. So if they're willing to low-key reduce the cost from 10 to 2, they could just reduce it from 10 to 0 and still be perfectly fine and operational. And just reducing that barrier for students to access mental health, I think, is really important. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Dunn.
I wasn't going to originally say this, but I will speak again in affirmation of this motion. I utilize CAPS myself, and the idea of not having to pay $10 versus the fact that I'm going to have to wait longer in between appointments, you aren't helping me in the long run by making me pay $10 less. Like, quite frankly, you are going to hurt me because you are going to force me to spend longer time waiting in between appointments. There's a very good chance that the therapist I've been working with the last couple of months may get fired. So you will have a direct impact on these students if you run this motion.
I'll go to Senator Beatty.
Point of information, could you remind us about the ethics policy?
Advisor Fonseca, can you please remind us on the ethics policy?
Yes, I would remind the body that the student government has an ethics and accountability or code of conduct and ethics policy that outlines a variety of different things, but as the voting members who are responsible for allocating funds, one of the lines in the ethics policy would encourage members of the Senate to abstain from voting or debating on where there might be direct benefit or outcome for. The reality of the ethics policy is that it isn't an immediate moment. If someone believes that you violated the ethics policy, it then gets submitted to the membership review board to review that. But I put that out there just so you all, at the request of the senator, but just to keep that in mind that is they're required for members to adhere to. However, I would, again, fully just share that there's not an at the moment thing. It would have to be reported to the review board to review that decision. Ultimately, every individual senator has the self-determination to determine how to live within that policy.
And before I go into further debate, when you raise your hand, please raise it high. That way I can see it as well. And additionally, so that the live stream staff can see in the back so they can redirect the camera towards you as well. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Phillips.
I want to speak in affirmation of getting rid of Section 6. It's a really weird way to word it, I'm sorry. But I just want to say that when we cut funding for CAPS, we may be getting rid of a couple jobs, or we may be teaching them a lesson. By the end of the day, the people we're harming the most and the largest demographic we're harming will be the students with wait times, with the previously mentioned effects of cutting CAPS funding or fees. So I thought I could articulate this better. To be honest, I really can't. It's late, but anyway, I just want to stay in affirmation of this.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on this motion? Senator Parker.
I wish to speak in affirmation of this motion. I believe CAPS has continued to keep reasonable fees to support its counseling services. And because CAPS has stated that they're so willing to be flexible with their fees to support students in need, I feel that this policy rider is unnecessary. I don't believe that it's worth it to punish CAPS for their lack of accountability when said punishment will very negatively affect students.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Winslow.
Point of information.
Please go ahead and state your point of information.
I just want to clarify, we have to vote on this motion before we make another motion to amend it again, correct?
Or you would introduce a substitute amendment.
Okay.
Or substitute motion.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? Senator Winslow.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I would like to, instead of entirely canceling out Section 6, rather make it no more than $5 may be charged to students.
Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Lee. Do you wish to speak on this motion?
Yes, I'd like to speak on this motion. I believe it's a good middle ground among of where we're at. We see that this is affecting students in both ways. The problem is we have to get through this. We have to agree on something, and I feel like this is probably going to be one of the most ways to agree on it. I see both sides. Like, I personally think that we should get rid of the entire thing, but I know there's others that don't want to do that. And I honestly don't morally agree with getting rid of this because it could hurt students in both ways. And so I feel like this still allows them to keep certain amounts of funding, and it gives them that threshold to go down to that $2, like he said, that they will go down to $2. And so it still gives some leeway in what they do, but we are still reducing the amount of intake that we have and still showing that we are trying to hold these organizations accountable.
Are there any individuals that wish to speak on this substitute motion to the motion to remove the policy driver? Senator Thibodeau.
I would like to speak in negation of the substitute motion. I believe that if we lower the cost of service from $10 to $5, then CAPS still won't be able to afford the salary of a provider, even if it's not lowering it down to $0.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Beam.
I would also like to speak in negation. I believe, echoing other sentiments, students who already have difficulties paying would still have difficulties paying, and it would also decrease the amount of therapists, so it would do double the harm, in my opinion.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Argimeno.
I'm just going, CAPS has brought up that they already work with students to lower the cost when they truly need to lower that cost. I feel, so I'm going to be speaking in negation of this. Sorry, I should have mentioned that in the beginning. Speaking in negation of it, that CAPS is already doing, they're already helping people that are struggling to pay that fee to bring down that fee. So I just feel like that substitute motion is kind of easy.
Are there any individuals that wish to speak in affirmation? Seeing no more to speak, I'm going to close the debate period on this item, and we will move into the voting period for the substitute motion to the amendment to the policy driver.
So again, we're voting on the substitute motion. Voting is now open.
We're still missing a couple.
I'm waiting on Senator Rahman. With 3 yeses, 22 noes, and 2 abstains, this motion fails.
We will now move back into the debate period on the amendment to strike Section 6 from this legislation. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time on this amendment? Seeing none, will Senator Boyd?
Can we do unanimous consent on this?
I will not be allowing it at this time. We will now move into the voting period for this amendment.
So as a clarification, now we're voting to strike the line item.
Specifically Section 6.
Voting is now open.
We're still missing one.
I'm waiting on Senator Thibodeau.
With 12 yes, 12 no, 3 abstentions, it is a tie. Vice President Nguyen, you are...
Okay, hold up, everybody, for a second. We have to do the little formality.
It is a
Because
tie.
the Senate is in a tie, as President of the Senate, Madam Vice President, how do you vote? And keep in mind, you cannot abstain. Okay, to be clear. It's on the motion to strike Section 6.
Do I just say it? Okay. I'm in negation.
Regardless if she, so with that, with 12 yes, 13 no, 3 abstention, the motion fails, regardless of which way she voted, it would have failed since it didn't have simple majority. It was a formality. Are there any other senators that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Mallard.
I motion to strike Section 10, line item 61 through 63 in its entirety.
Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Miller, I will hand it over to Vice President Nguyen as I use OSAT services.
Okay. Would anyone wish to speak in debate of this motion? Senator Mallard?
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate my statement for the previous one. I completely agree that we need to keep organizations accountable and entities and so on and so forth, trying to keep this short, but we're already cutting them to $0 in the allocation, and I would like to at least give them a little bit of money so that they can still do stuff, and yeah.
Would anyone else wish to speak? Senator Beatty?
I will be speaking in negation. The large reason that they were funded at 0 is because of the behavior of their reserves, and so I can't not take away their reserves under that belief, or sorry, what the Finance Commission advised. Also, from my understanding of watching last year's and watching this year's, they keep bringing up the same items over and over as saying that they will spend their money on that, and then we find out that roughly 50 to 73% of their money has not been spent during that time. So I believe taking away this money isn't really taking away money from students because it's not reaching them in the first place.
Point of information.
Yes, you may.
Since it states that they have until July 2nd to use the funds before it's swept, wouldn't it be in the best interest for them to use that fund in its entirety so we could possibly not be sweeping any money from this entity?
The stipulation doesn't necessarily read that same way. So I think it's important to note that currently right now there is an executive order in place that is prohibiting any student fee entity from spending any of their carry forward money until the student fee process is done. So that's one. What this stipulation is doing is it requires that the central office sweep any of their money that's left at this point, and including FY26 unspent dollars, and it requires that the central office do that by July 2nd. It doesn't put in here that that OSAC can spend those dollars. It requires that the central office pull or sweep the funds from anything unspent and anything unspent in FY26 and sweep all of that by the 2nd of July. So they're still free to spend anything in FY26. That's the current allocation. This would say whatever's left over by July 1, which is the turn of the new fiscal year, plus anything that holds at 16,700 that's still there will be swept out, and it requires that that's done by the 2nd of July.
So just to clarify, they don't have access to that money currently?
Right now, they don't have access to the 16,700 because the executive order is prohibiting anyone from spending any carry forward dollars until the student fees process is done. They still have access to their FY26 allocation that was presented to that was given to them at the start of the new fiscal year. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Senator Argumedo.
Yes, I'm going to be speaking affirmation in this motion. As Alicia Newell has presented today, they have had these contracts. This money is going to be distributed to these contracts so they can continue to use these services to get those recording pens and to keep that contract alive. If this money gets swept from their accounts, then who's saying the pens don't get swept with it?
Senator Winslow.
I'll be speaking in negation of this motion. Once again, it's about holding these organizations accountable, and I'd like to take the statements made like this is going to hurt students, this is going to hurt students. Does it not hurt students to be paying money for nothing? Because that's where this money has essentially been going. Does it not hurt students to not know where that money you're paying is going? Because we don't know where it's going. That's irresponsible. Why should we let them just be taking students' money and have the students not know where it goes, and then eventually find out that it's been spent on essentially nothing, like it's just being held?
Senator Naylor.
I would also like to speak in negation of the strike. Based on the lack of transparency given by the Office of Student Accommodations and Testing, I saw while watching the live streams of the student fee process, I understand the phrase, the cherry on top, may have been misused. However, with the information I've gathered, the funds were not being used. And the funds were only mentioned in the plans to allocate after the Finance Commission mentioned sweeping the reserves. From my knowledge, the live stream of the hearings provided no information on the contracts. And I would also like to mention that OSAT receives several other funding sources. And if they only used roughly 4,000 of the allocations in the last 2 years, what is it to show that they will use it now?
Senator Berry.
Yeah, I'll also be speaking in negation on this because I don't believe students' money should be just sitting there. While students are being forced to pay these fees each year, I think that organization should be forced to also spend that money that year.
Senator Lay.
Substitute motion. We replace the writer with the writer that says they must spend whatever money they have on that contract, nothing else. The rest of the money will be swept under by that July 2nd deadline.
Do I have a second for this motion? Seeing none, this motion fails. Sorry, I did not see over there. Seconded by Senator Dunn. Would anyone wish to speak in debate of this substitute motion? Senator Winslow.
I'm going to speak in negation of this motion. It's basically reversing the effect that this stipulation is having. It's allowing them to spend the money that we're essentially directing them to give back.
Sorry, speakerphone.
Can we have clarification on what the motion is asking for. Is the stipulation saying they can only spend it on the contracts, and then what's the time frame for that as well? Is it by the deadline? I think we have to clarify that for the clerk also as he's typing it into.
So, the Kurzweil contract. Last I checked, it was only 13.2K US dollars for the contract. The remainder will be swept immediately, as soon as viable. They only get to have the Kurzweil, nothing more, nothing else. They will learn that it is a good idea to use our money responsibly.
Advisor Fonseca.
Senator Lee, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Could you try and explain that maybe a little more clearly and specifically of what you are asking, because I'm not certain what you're asking.
We allow OSAT to have 13.2K in the reserve account explicitly for the contract that they've probably signed already with Kurzweil. The rest of the money in the reserve gets swept under, like as mentioned in section 10 before we tried to strike it out.
So, I don't know. Senator Lee, I think what the proviso is trying to say is that it is requiring that we sweep the $16,700 that is currently unspent student fee money in the account and swipe that money now, and so that it can't be spent on anything. And my understanding that you were trying to say you want them to keep the $16,700 and only spend it on the Kurzweil pens. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
Yes. They only get the pens, nothing more. This is what happens when they misuse their money.
Okay. The only thing I would say is the substitute motion is a little redundant because that's what the fund was approved for to begin with. So they're only restricted to able to be spent on that because that's what was approved over the previous year. So this fund is different than most of them because there was the one ask, the one request, and that's what ultimately was adopted by the previous student government. So they would still be bound to that agreement if the money is not swept. So I don't think you would need to introduce that substitute motion because it's already a part of what the original intent of the funding was for. Does that make sense?
Very well. I guess we don't need that motion then.
Can I get some clarification
on what to do next? Yeah.
I retract the motion as per the advice of Senator Mallard.
There you go. You don't have to do anything. The motion's been retracted, so you can move on now.
Okay, we will now.
Point of order, does the second have to approve the retraction?
No, in Senate you don't have to. The original motion is the one who does it.
Okay, we will now move into the debate period for the original motion. Chairperson Tawana.
I'll be speaking in negation because they have like double the amount of what they were asking sitting in their reserve for 2 years, and they haven't spent that money. And they also have a secondary reserve account which already has $20,000 in it, which is not for student fee. So I think they should be fine even if we swept the amount for it for the contract.
Would anyone else wish to speak in debate? Oh, Advisor Fonseca.
I know it's not often that it's not true. I do it all the time, so never mind. I hear the message that I think individual senators are making, and I also understood the message that the Fees Commission was making as well. I'm going to throw a potential compromise that I think will achieve both the desires, and by saying that, I recognize the point senators are making about their concerns of the funding not being spent or allocated. The one thing I would say is, the movement of assistive technology is a new thing to higher education, and I think that's true, and I see nods, so it is, so that's helpful. I would encourage the Senate to maybe amend this stipulation to require that the office is responsible for submitting a plan of how these dollars will be utilized, in hopes that that satisfies the desires of, unfortunately, next year's student government, so that the resources could be allocated to support students in that mechanism. I think the intent is clear, and I believe the message has been received. I would encourage this body to potentially, if you're amenable to it, potentially consider a compromise to still hold those dollars, but require that they submit some sort of report to articulate how that project will move forward, how those funds will move forward, and then release those funds if the plan is acceptable at that point. Because in reality, the line item has also been zeroed out, so there's no new funds for the next year. But specifically talking about that 16,700, I would encourage you all to, I believe it still hits the objective you're trying to do, but I think it also provides you an opportunity to get more information from what it is they intend to do with it next, and then determine at that point whether that's satisfactory. And if not, then the funds are still held. And if so, then the funds can be released to be spent at that time. Would be a thought I throw on the floor.
Senator Mallard.
I move to amend my motion to state that. Do I have to say it out, or can you write it and then I can approve what you write? And my second would have to approve that, correct?
Yes.
So I would probably recommend you retract your original motion and then make a new one. Because then you're going to go with substitute, then we have to vote on that, and then vote
Can I
on
not
the
amend my motion?
No.
Okay, then I retract my motion. And I move that the office provide a itemized budget so that they can keep the money, but they are kept in accountability.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Arguello. We will now move into the debate period. Sorry, y'all, my brain is fried today. Would anyone wish to speak in debate? Senator Boyd.
So would this means that we can see what they're going to be paying for line by line, or will we have open access to what they're going to do with the money, so we know that they're not doing anything fraud related or anything bad with our student fees?
I think this current version would require that to be submitted, yes.
Okay.
Would anyone else wish to speak? Senator Lay.
I speak in affirmation of this amendment because it gets the point across that misusing your money is very much a bad idea. This will force transparency, and this will give students the assistive items they need to succeed academically.
Senator Fouquet.
Can I just ask a question at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so the question is for Dr. Fonseca. I'm just curious if they submit the budget proposition and then don't adhere to that, what's the stipulation going to be? I mean, do they just get cut off from funding for the next year, or what happens?
I would probably say that I would put trust in my colleagues that they have heard your comments and they've heard the feedback from the Senate, and that the funds, we will be able to track where the funds are spent based off of the access that SJ has to all of its student fee budgets. So I would imagine that the areas that are here in the room still, I think, have heard everyone, and I would imagine that whatever budget is submitted, and ultimately that is adopted by the next session, that they would adhere to the spending of those dollars. Because it also, to your point, I guess, if you're asking if something doesn't happen in that way, it does put at risk their ability to come back to ask SJ for money in the future, because I would assume that they would want to try and do that next session as well. But I would guarantee that they would not spend the money in the way that was approved by the Senate at that time. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Before we move forward, I'll let Speaker Fawn have a clarification point.
Yeah, so one thing that I want to bring up, that with the midnight deadline, we can't extend past that midnight deadline. So if we do, we will have to table this student fees legislation first read to the next Senate meeting, in addition to all following pieces of legislation. I will keep track of the time, but that is something that I wanted to let you all know ahead of time as well.
Would anyone wish to speak? Senator Naylor.
I am speaking in negation of this motion. Again, if they've been telling us that they were going to use these funds during the hearings that I saw on the live stream, what is one more we are going to use these funds going to say to us? I understand we want to compromise, but I'm advocating for transparency and accountability for these funds. If the live stream showed that they said they were going to have a contract with these funds before they were mentioned to be swept, I would be more open to that, but they had just come out with these contracts. This is the first time that outside of watching the live streams, I have heard of them, and so I just urge you to take that into accountability. Why are they just now coming out with plans for these funds?
I'm going to allow one more speaker, and then I will be closing debate. Senator Phillips.
If at all possible, may I ask a point of clarification from Advisor Fonseca?
Yes.
So, apologies ahead of time if this is a silly question, but I just want to make sure with this compromise, we wouldn't be adding any more student fees or students wouldn't have to pay any more, correct?
That would be correct, yes. This is simply looking at their unspent dollars, which is about $16,700.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I am now closing the debate period. We're now moving into the voting period.
So to clarify, this is the voting motion to amend. Voting is now open. I am waiting for Senator Phillips.
Do y'all have it now? Yes. Okay.
With 15 yeses, 8 noes, and 4 abstains, this amendment passes.
I will now hand the chair back over to Speaker Fawn.
Thank you. We will now move back into the debate period for the student fees legislation itself. Are there any individuals who wish to speak in debate at this time? Senator Alton.
First, I want to say thank you to all the entities, but also to the Finance Commission for doing all the work that they did. But Campus Rec stated that they already run on bare bones and stretch every dollar that they have. So we've seen this in their presentation, but also for their budget for this year and this upcoming year. They did not ask for any increase, but did end up taking an 11% decrease with the proposed budget. To combat this, I moved to add $50,000 to Campus Rec, $30,000 from the clerical error, and an additional $20,000 from student engagement and belonging to more evenly distribute the cuts to these entities since they have quite a large student engagement population for the university. After doing some math, because I am a math person, this would make, instead of 89% of the budget for Campus Rec turning into 93% of their original proposed budget, and for SEB going from 100% of their budget only down to 98%. So that's all I have.
Can you state that motion?
Sorry.
Well, first, is there a second for this motion? See a second from Senator Parker. Can you state the motion one more time so we can write it down?
Yes, that was a lot and very quickly. It is moving $30,000, that was the clerical error, and an additional $20,000 from the SEB office to campus recreation.
So when you're pulling this line item, in the bill, it would be 50 from SEB? Is that correct?
Technically, because it was the clerical error stating that it was 105,000, which then we've learned was 75,000 that was requested.
Advisor Fonseca, do you have that down? Okay. Clerk Thompson, do you have that down?
No. One more time, please.
Can you say it one more time?
So it'd be adding 50,000 to campus recreation, coming 30,000 from the clerical error and 20,000 from student engagement and belonging. So 50,000 total from Bridgewater.
I will yield my time to Treasurer Bum to speak. Can you speak at a mic?
I do just want to ask a question. I understand you do have a motion to move around some funds, specifically adding more to campus recreation. I did want to reiterate the reason for the cut to campus recreation was to cut many aspects of specifically the rowing team, and that was to kind of stay on the same lines for across the entire board of how we were cutting other entities. We did not think it would be fair to fund a competitive entity like that strictly with student dollars, as we would be doing the same with debate and also the esports team. So I do just want to ask you a question, and the commission as a whole. If we are moving around these dollars, what are you hoping to add back to campus recreation?
Just to clarify, every year Shocker Rowing is still funded by Campus Recreation, and because of that, we've heard of other programs that have continued to be defunded or changed around. And so with this, I would be open to adding a rider onto it saying that they would have to restart some of their other programs that they have lost over the years, but also just so then they aren't having to run on what they said was bare bones. I wouldn't want any organization that affects so many students in such a wide population of students to be considered bare bones when they were not asking for an increase this year.
I will like to add on to this is there's no policy rider requiring Campus Rec to defund or discontinue rowing. That's not a rider that we currently have. It's just a cut overall, assuming that it would come from rowing. So it's up to Campus Recreation where they would like to make those cuts as well. But are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate on this motion? I'll go to Senator Haynes.
Yeah, I believe that, yes, campus rowing, campus recreation, sure, they're running on bare bones, and yes, they service a lot of students. I don't believe the solution to that is taking funds from a department that also supports a lot of students. I feel like that's, now you're forcing the students in a specific area to suffer, if that makes any sense. I was to say that the students who are both involved in student engagement and belonging and campus rec don't feel that hurt regardless. So I don't think, I'm in negation of this. Thank you.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on this? I'll go to Senator Dunn.
I'd like to introduce a substitute motion to only apply the 30,000 excess from the clerical error to campus recreation instead of withdrawing the additional 20,000 from them.
Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Winslow, we will now move into the debate period on this substitute motion to the amendment Are there any? Would you like to speak on your motion?
I just think it's kind of agreeing with his previous sentiment that if we're going to reallocate some money, we might as well use and take advantage of the slight windfall that we had instead of reallocating from someone else.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Boyd.
So is Shocker Rowing considered like a Wichita, like an official Wichita sports team, or they just fall under just Campus Rec?
They just fall under Campus Rec.
Okay.
Point of order. It was sorry.
Wait, please state your point of order.
Shocker Rowing is considered an RSO as well.
Advisor Fonseca, can you provide clarification on this?
Yes, the student government does not recognize student organizations on campus, whether they are connected to a department or a standalone. They're all student organizations. So when rowing, other organizations, they all are considered recognized student organizations. They live in the classification of a department-based organization, but they are still, by definition of Statute 1, they are still a student organization, regardless if they live independently at the student-led or by department level. So They are not, to your point, Senator Boyd, they are not an athletic connected to the NCAA, but they are, according to Statute 1, they are still a student organization regardless if they're on their own or connected to a department.
And also to clarify, rowing counts as a varsity sports, so esports, debate, rowing will fall under that as well. And sports clubs would fall under RSOs, like the soccer club, that's an RSO, and then we have intramurals and NCAA sports too. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Beam?
Yeah, so I know Josh brought up earlier, or Senator Mallard brought up earlier that RSOs can't be funded by student fees. So is Shaka rowing affected by that?
No, because they are not classified as, well, Advisor Fonseca, if you want to add input to that.
I believe that was what the intent of the commission was trying to address. Like I mentioned, they are still a student organization by definition of Statute 1. Regardless where they house, where they live, they still exist in that category. And I don't want to speak for the commission, and maybe that's the treasurer to answer, but that the way I understood the conversation, that was also the intention, but I would leave that for the treasurer to make that decision, to deliver that comment.
I yield my time to Treasurer Bob.
All right, so just to specify a little bit about the different levels of athletics that we have here on campus, I know that's a question that's being brought up. So for the highest tier, we have our NCAA sports, which are funded by athletics. That's a completely separate fund. They give major scholarships, create large amounts of revenue, and have facilities strictly owned by athletics. Under that, we have varsity sports, which are sports teams that do not compete in the NCAA competition-wise. They are allowed to have coaches. They are allowed to give scholarships, but they do not compete on the large-scale NCAA. They're not given the athletic fund. So those would be entities like the rowing team, the debate team, esports, and then below that we have sports clubs, which even though, like I said before, they are technically organizations like debate, esports, everything like that, these RSOs that are sports clubs underneath that are completely different because they do not have a coach, they do not give scholarships, so they are funded by appropriations dollars, where these varsity sports are kind of in a no man's land of, okay, they can't receive appropriations money because they're not allowed to pay anyone or give any scholarships with those, but they're not also funded by athletics, so that is where these kind of entities sit.
I was just informed that the midnight rule does not apply for our Senate meetings, as that was the rule with our captioners, so we can go past midnight if we do so please. With that, I move to extend our meeting to 1:00 a.m. And do I see a second on that motion? Seeing a second from Senator Otten. I move to adopt this by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing objection from Senator Boyd, we will just go into the debate period on this item.
Speaker Fun,
Yes.
if I could articulate. What the speaker mentioned earlier about the bill, keep in mind that the student fees bill has very specific rules that have to happen. If you do not complete read 1, you will start over next week or the next time we're here. If we do not finish round 1, we will have to restart round 1 again. So that means any vote that was taken tonight would just be added and we will continue with the first read. So I just want to be very clear, this bill has very strict rules. That's different than the other ones.
To clarify, does the suit by treasurer have to represent any of the items since it is a first read continuation?
I would imagine we could ask him not to, but I would imagine we'd ask him not to.
We will move into the debate period on this item. We'll go to Senator Mallard.
I'll be speaking affirmation and moving to 1 a.m. We have to approve this. This is extremely important. And as was stated, all of our votes will be void, and that it just completely gets rid of the entire process of what we've done. I mean, there is no point to what we've been doing. We will have to revote. We will have to redebate, and then we might have, and who knows, this might go on longer and next time as too. We have to get this done today. now. And also, it is your purview as a senator to not be voting off personal bias that it is extremely late and you are just tired. You have to vote based off of the information that you are helping the student body in its entirety. That is all I will say.
I will say, if you need excuse letters for your professors about missing deadlines, we are more than happy to help you out with that as well. I'm going to go to Senator Otten.
Just because we approve 1 a.m. does not mean we go to 1 a.m. We will still end the meeting when the meeting should be over.
Are there any individuals that wish to speak in negation on this motion? Seeing none, I'm going to end the debate period. I'll close the debate period and move into the voting period for this. Senator Lee, do you have something?
I want the motion to approve this by unanimous consent.
We cannot approve extending the time by unanimous consent, unfortunately. We will now move into the vote period for this item.
Voting is now open to extend to 1 a.m. With 24 yeses, 1 no, and 2 abstains, this motion passes.
We will move back into the debate period we will now move back into the debate period. Are there any individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Mallard.
Yes, I first want to provide some clarification under our bylaws. It says no student club or organization. That does not specifically state an RSO, but that is at the discretion of the treasurer and us. Next, I will actually be speaking in negation. It was stated that this decrease is due to rowing and not any other services. And while I do agree that they should receive more money, I personally would like to see this possibly going towards the $75,000, but that is not what we're talking about. But no matter what, I'm still voting in negation due to the fact that we decreased their funding because of rowing.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Miller.
I'm going to speak in negation as well. I think there are better ways the $30,000 as a result of the clerical error can be spent.
Are there any individuals that wish to speak in affirmation? Senator Otten.
Yeah, I will speak in affirmation. I think that this is a perfect substitute bill just to kind of make up for some of it. So if I would rather see the $30,000 rather than nothing. So.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak in affirmation? Senator Boyd.
So I have a quick question, if I can ask a question.
Is your question related to the process, to student fees? What is your question directed towards?
It's about like the campus rec and like the varsity esports thing that Treasurer Bum was talking about.
At this time, I won't be accepting questions for that. Are there any? I'm going to close the debate period. We'll just go into the voting period on this substitute motion to the amendment that was made.
So just to clarify, we are voting on the substitute motion to just get 30,000 instead of the 50 total.
And also to clarify, this would be pulling that line item. So in the second read, would this be the vote for? Actually, no. We'll just continue with voting.
Voting is now open. With 11 yeses, 13 noes, and 3 abstains, this substitute motion fails.
We will now go back into the debate period for the motion to pull $50,000 from the Student Engagement and Belonging Office to Campus Recreation, with 30 of that accounting for the extra 20 just coming from STEM. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Timms.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in negation of this bill. I think considering that we're looking at cutting debate and esports, we need to be equitable with our funding and we need to do things fairly. Our reasoning for the others is that they support a very small group of students. It's a very targeted group of students, and I think this falls under the same category. Yes, campus rec is already very underfunded, but this is very specifically for soccer rowing. So I think with that in mind, we should say no to this.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Tawana. I'm not Senator Tawana, Senator Miller.
I'd like to echo the sentiment. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'd like to echo the sentiment of a negation.
Are there any individuals that wish to speak in affirmation? Senator Parker?
I'd like to say that even though soccer rowing, soccer rowing is open to anyone who wants to try. Soccer rowing is, at the beginning of the year, I believe they said they have 40 to 50 individuals who try out for the team, and soccer rowing, unlike some other organizations, it dedicates a lot of time to the personal development of students involved with the program. I don't know, I feel like this is a valuable, I feel that soccer rowing has a lot of value to give to students on campus, and this motion is not directly for soccer rowing, it's for campus recreation, and campus recreation will spend their budget, I believe, however they want. So even with the proposed cuts to campus recreation, there is not a specific note that says that that cut will come directly from soccer rowing. It is just intended to do so. Yeah.
I will yield my time to President Wong.
I know it's been a long night, and typically I don't like to speak up, but I am not in support of this motion at all. I was in support of the $30K allocation, but if you remove another $20,000 from SEB, you are affecting other students. And now you are also a little bit affecting the choices of the Student Fees Commission, who put in, I reiterate, hundreds of hours into reviewing these budgets. They made clear, concise decisions based off of clear reasoning. Yes, I understand that there is a sentiment with campus rowing and how complicated it is. I understand that. But if you are cutting student engagement and belonging just to cut, that is not a clear, defined reason. And I would caution us as a student government association against that. It is a problem that we ran into last year, and I would really ideally not like to see that problem again. You cannot just cut $20,000 just to support another student fee entity. That is cutting just to cut. And I am not in support of that or that reasoning. So when you look at this motion, I ask you all to clearly define why you are cutting $20,000 from student engagement and belonging. Because you are cutting services and programs there too. That is all.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Winslow.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
I just clarification. Even if we don't remove the 30,000 from the SEB, that it doesn't unbalance the budget. The budget will stay balanced if it stays there and doesn't move. Correct?
That's correct.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on this motion? Senator Lee, and this will be the last one.
Would it be possible that we introduce a substitute motion, but this time with a writer that says it cannot be used to try and fund soccer rowing?
If a motion were to be made, if you wish to make a motion, make the motion. You don't have to ask to make the motion. But are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Lee.
Motion to fund campus campus and recreation with the 30K from the clerical error, plus a rider that says you cannot use the 30K to fund soccer rowing. You use the 30K to restart programs that were previously defunded because of soccer rowing.
I will say I'm not allow that substitute amendment because we already had a motion to fund Campus Rec 30K, so that's a repeat motion, even with the policy driver as well. But Advisor Fonseca, do you want to add to that?
The only thing I would add is you can only do one substitute motion. You can't take another one. So if because one already failed, that means that's the only shot that you have to do the original one or do another motion later. But you cannot do another substitute.
Okay, I'm going to, unless there's any more motions, I'm going to close the debate period, and we will move into the voting period for this motion to allocate $50,000 from student engagement belonging to campus recreation.
And just a reminder, this requires a 2/3 vote.
And again, a reminder, 2/3 is 18 tonight. Voting is now open. With 2 yeses, 23 noes, and 2 abstains, this motion fails.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll re-adjourn at 12:08 a.m. I call this meeting back to order at 12:08 a.m. Are we on any motions right now? No. Okay. I'm going to make a motion. So I move to allocate $30,000 from SEM and move it to the student fee contingency fund, and that student engagement belonging does not have to come in for a second read for Senate. I'm making this motion as I believe we can keep arguing for hours where that extra 30K is going to go. I think keeping it in the student fee contingency fund is the best way to go. Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Fouquet, we'll move to the debate period on this item. Like what I said for this, I believe we can argue for hours and hours and hours about policy drivers, about where that 30K is going to go. Leaving it in the student fee contingency fund, I think, is one of the better options, I think. And I'll also ask Advisor Fonseca to explain what the student fee contingency fund is as well.
Before I do that, who seconded that?
Senator
Okay,
Fouquet.
thank you. So the contingency fund was established about 5 years ago when we were dealing a lot with shortfalls at that time with enrollment. There was a practice in place that SGA wasn't really doing because of old SGAs, so not any one recent SGAs, but it's basically the fund that is designed to manage budget shortfalls as it relates to enrollment projection issues. Last year, we created language around the intent of that fund. It's also the fund that basically holds student fees. So when students pay their bill, it goes into this account, which is called the contingency fund, and then from there, we transfer those dollars to the departments that get funding from SGA. Whatever is left behind is what builds the contingency fund. At this moment, it has $1 million minus 75 because we spent 75. So what this motion would be doing is basically pulling it out of one line item and keeping it in the student fees contingency fund. There's also the clause in there that allows the next SGA to be able to spend it how they want to, because eventually that account will return to $1 million, and anything over than that, SGA is able to allocate in their own prerogative as they want through the normal budgeting process. So that is what this act would do.
Are there any questions about the contingency fund? I'll go to Senator Mallard.
So what you just said about the 75, this is putting 30 in, and essentially that 75 that's being talked about, quote unquote, there's only 45 that has to go back. Or
no. So the budget proviso in here requires the full 75 to be transferred, which would restore it to $1 million, and then this 30,000 would basically be $1 million, $1,030,000. That feels right. I don't know that yet, but basically it would be $30,000 over $1 million because of the current proviso that's in the language.
Are there any other questions about the contingency fund itself? Senator Timms.
Yeah, just for clarification, in the document, there's something called the reserve fund. Is this the same fund?
It is, yes.
Are there any other individual questions about the contingency fund / the reserve fund overall? Okay, we'll go back into the debate period for this item. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate? Senator Lee, and Senator Lee, before you speak, I ask that you and other senators please wait to be called on before you turn on their mic, but please speak.
Motion to approve this by unanimous consent.
You cannot approve it by unanimous consent.
Well, I support this bill because at this point we have a emergency oh dear fund when unfortunate events happen. And I prefer if we had that lying around. Because sooner or later, we will have bigger budget cuts. We're probably going to need the 30K sooner or later.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on this motion? Senator Otten.
I'm going to be speaking in negation of this bill only because, yes, it's late, but we've spoken multiple times about money being left in a fund and not being actively used for our students. So I would like to see that money be used and be budgeted to be used for the next fiscal year, rather than just sitting in our funds maybe going to get used.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Mallard.
I'll be speaking in affirmation. This partially fixed something that I talked about a bit ago, but I'm just going to say I'm going to speak in affirmation and then bring up something later.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period on this item.
Voting is now open. With 21 yes, 5 noes, and 1 abstain, this motion passes.
Are there any other senators that wish to speak at this time? Senator Mallard.
I motion to amend. Sorry, Section 5, line 44, to state 45,000 instead of 75,000.
Is there a second for this motion? Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Boyd, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yeah, so again, I understand that we want them to pay back what they owe, in a sense. And also, I completely understand that there was a lot of things, a lot of things that it is believed that they were in violation of, and that they should pay for what they did. But we are getting $30,000 already put back into there, and $45,000 will bring it back up to the million that was stated. Also, it was stated that this is a contingency fund for when shortfalls happen, and this was a shortfall. And again, I completely understand that they messed up, a lot and big time, and that they really should pay for what they did, quite literally. But we have $30,000 that was just approved to be put into this, and I'm just asking that they have a little bit of help.
And to clarify for the body, this is meant to amend Section 14, is that correct? Or can you re-clarify your motion just for our section? Is it Section 5 or Section 14?
It's the Section 5.1 on line 44 to amend the 75 to 45.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll yield my time to Treasurer Bum.
Sorry, I just wanted to state that if this passes, this is Section 5, correct? If this passes, Section 14 will also need to be amended because Section 14 is the policy note for the reserves line item, and that states that the funding for the reserves item, which was zeroed out, will come from student health, as Section 5 is talking strictly about the student health funding.
Senator Mallard.
May I make a friendly amendment, or do I have to strike?
Advisor Fonseca.
And you can attempt to substitute, or you can withdraw and reintroduce a new motion.
I'm going to withdraw and introduce a new motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Section 5 to state 45,000 instead of 75, and Section 14 to state 45,000 instead of 75.
Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Senator Beam, we will move into the debate period for this new amendment. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Can you state the motion one more time for our clerk?
Yes. Under Section 5, changing 75,000 to 45,000, and under Section 14, changing 75,000 to 45,000, and also a note, there are two Section 13, so just when we get to that, I want to make sure that once this is all fixed. So Gabe is fixing it, so it's actually going to be Section 15 is changing 75,000 to 45, and Section 5 is 75 to 45.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Senator Haynes.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in negation of this. We gave them 75,000, so we should get back 75,000. Just because we mystically found 30,000 on the ground does not mean that we don't have to put back that they get to pocket that change that we gave them. I gave you money, I expect back my money. Thank you.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on this motion? I'll go to Senator Thibodeau.
I'm going to speak in affirmation of this motion because we're student government and we're not a bank, and I don't think we need to get all the money back that we gave them.
Are there any individuals that would like to speak in affirmation? Senator Timms.
Yeah, I have a point of information.
Go ahead.
I believe we already appropriated that 30,000 to the reserve fund. So because of that, isn't that technically in the hands of the next session, and we therefore cannot touch it?
Advisor Fonseca.
Senator Timms, I think the 30,000 was moved right now, proposed to move to the contingency. What this motion is attempting to do, of course, is to reduce it so that it would remain at $1 million. Anything that's over $1 million, which this amendment is not attempting to do, then the next session could spend that and pull it themselves with however they want to. This amendment would be that 45 that's coming from here plus the 30 that was just put in there would equal the 75, and then which would fix the contingency back to the $1 million it needs to be at. So no, it doesn't say there's nothing in there that says anything about the next session. It's just you would be fulfilling your requirement of this year to ensure that the contingency fund is at $1 million instead of kicking it down to the next session.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? Senator Winslow.
I'm going to be speaking in negation of this motion. As was previously mentioned, they messed up a lot, and they messed up big time. Why not punish them by a lot and big time? It doesn't seem fair to continue to punish these organizations for the what is essentially misallocation of funds and non-transparency by just being like, oh, well, we have this stuff now, so we're just going to alleviate some of your punishment. And also, it makes $30,000 still of student fees, of which students didn't know where it was going. It's still $30,000. I would rather $0 rather than $30,000. Like, yes, 30,000 is better than 75,000, but 0 is better than 30,000 in this case. And I see no reason as to why we should have just cut it from there.
Are there any other individuals that wish to make amendments or like to make any motions? Okay, seeing now I'm closing the debate period on this item, we'll move into the voting period.
So just to clarify, it would be Section 5, 75,000 to 45,000, and Section 15, 75,000 to 45,000. Voting is now open. With 12 yeses, 14 noes, and 1 abstains, this motion fails.
Are there any further motions on the floor? Okay, with that, give me one moment. Advisor Fonseca, do you have any further guidance for the body before we move to explain? Can you re-explain the read process and what steps we take moving forward?
Yes, happy to. So just a reminder to senators, this is your only one shot to do anything in the budget proper, not the policy writers. You do have an ability to talk about this again next week if you want to, but this is your only morning to do anything with Section 1 and Section 2. After tonight, this morning, it will be permanent, and next week we will cast a vote to approve the budget or deny it. If what I assume the speaker is going to do next passes. So do keep in mind, this is your last chance to do anything with the budget.
Are there any last amendments? Senator Boyd?
I have a question. Is it next week's spring break? So how can we vote?
I'm sorry,
week?
March 25th. Next meeting is what I meant to say.
Any motions? Senator Lee?
Can we approve this by unanimous consent?
We cannot. I'm going to make a motion, so I move that the Senate suspend the rules, consider their bill read a second time, and place the student fees bill on a final reading with no further intervening action. Is there a second? Seeing a second from Senator Berry. For this, we'll move into, is it debate? No. Yeah, debate into for this motion.
Correct. You'll be debating this motion, and then that will need a 2/3 to do so. And to clarify what this motion does, because it doesn't happen often, it means we are ending the second read. So this student fees bill by statute requires you to have 3 reads. Typically, if during this first read there are no changes to the budget that don't require a presentation to come forward, then you would be suspending the second read and going into a final vote of this bill, which means you're voting the budget yes or voting no on the 25th. Still on the 25th, you have the ability, again, with the provisos, that no intervening action would be in Section 1 and Section 2, which means you can't do anything else to it. So voting yes on this would mean the bill is tabled to the 25th, and you're taking a final vote on the 25th to either pass it or to fail it, and it go back to commission, or pass it and it moves on to the president. That is what this motion is doing.
So what I said, and to clarify, I said I moved that the Senate suspend the rules, consider the bill read a second time, and place the student fees bill on final reading with no further intervening action. So when I said place the student fees bill on final reading with no further intervening action, is that to be understood that it would be this week would be today's the final read, or is it the meeting after?
The 25th would be the final read.
Are there any, I think I'm going to speak on debate on the motion that I made. I think we're at a point where we don't have any new motions, and if we don't make any new motions pulling specific entities with the stipulations that we put in place for pulling $30,000 from student engagement and belonging, there's no need to have a second and a third read. It would just simply be, if we don't have any further motions, we can just skip the third read with this as well. And that would be the week we get back. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate? Senator Archimeno?
Just a point of information, if you're okay with that.
Go ahead.
By saying yes to this, we will not be allowed to make amendments to like the provisions in the March 25th.
We would not be allowed to pull any line items on March 25th. If we were, I believe we can still amend policy drivers. Is that correct?
That is correct. That no intervening action would be on Section 1 and Section 2. So to your question, yes, you can still look at, you can attempt to make the amendment on budget policy writers at the 25th meeting, but you won't be able to do anything else with Section 1 and Section 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on this motion? Senator Fouquet.
Guys, I just want to point out as well, there's a lot of truth to what President Wong was saying earlier. I mean, we're here to legislate. They put a considerable amount of time into this budget, and I think striving for perfection all the time is the thief of happiness. So, you know, let's just take with a grain of salt. If you don't like everything, okay, that's tough, but you know, it's about as good as it's gonna get. So let's just go with it.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, I'm closing the debate period. We will move into the voting period for this motion. And to be clear, this requires a 2/3 majority vote. And this is suspending the rules to consider the second read to be done for the 25th meeting to have its final read for the student fees package.
Voting is now open. With 26 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstain, this motion passes.
And with that, we are done with the student fees items for today. I move to table SB-68-154, AR-68-015, and SB-68-157 until next week's Senate meeting. Is there a second for that motion?
Speaker Vaughn, you're going to have to say the date. So that'd be March 25th. So
on the March 25th, 2026 student Senate meeting. Is there a second for this motion? Seeing a second from Chairperson Tawana. We will move to the debate period for this item. Anyone wish to speak in debate? Senator Boyd.
Can we do unanimous consent?
Yes, we can.
Motion for unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing none, is adopted as such. We will now move into Section 14, closing roll call. Clerk Tungsten, please pull up the vote for that.
Closing attendance is now open.
Okay, before we move into section 15 adjournment, I would like to thank you all for all the time that you put into today's meeting. I greatly appreciate all the debate, questions, concerns that you all had for today's meeting. For those that had their legislation tabled, I will email you with next steps for the next Senate meeting. Additionally, I will send out email communication and create a group chat for our Senate committee restructure conversations as well if you're interested. With today's conversation, again, I am proud of all of you for the questions that you had, for your due diligence in serving the student body as well. If you with this conversation, if you wish to serve on that body and you didn't like the original message, please let me know also. With that, we will now move into section 15 adjournment. The Student Government Association Student Senate will stay on adjournment until Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. I adjourn this meeting at 12:29 a.m.